Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories. Chapter 58 Girlfriend. Tonight's event did not have a red carpet segment. All guests had separate entrances to enter the hall. The organizers arranged the entrances and seating according to the guests' professions. When Nghi Tu Duan stepped through the door, she coincidentally saw someone else also just entering from the opposite door. Around that person was a group of black-clad bodyguards, the formation extremely magnificent. The man had handsome facial features, a cold gaze, and a face that showed no emotions, yet it made people unconsciously not dare to approach him. She clearly felt the distinct differentiation on both sides of the hall. On that side, when Zhou Can Wu appeared, everyone simultaneously fell silent, the area he walked through as quiet as a page, the sense of pressure becoming more and more apparent with his every step. Meanwhile, beside Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jai Li was a densely packed circle of media reporters, cameras continuously flashing and clicking. Even some reporters recognized Zhou Can Wu and Tam Jai Li appearing in the hall at the same time, and as they were about to raise their microphones to interview, they were immediately blocked by security personnel. Perhaps to avoid complications, the organizers had increased protection for the guests, but that instead made the media and netizens freely weave speculations. In the internet era, information spreads extremely fast. They had just sat down in their seats when photos taken at tonight's event were uploaded online, creating a lively discussion. On Zhou Can Wu's side, no reporters approached. All circulating photos did not have a full frontal view of him, yet with just a silhouette of his back or a blurry side profile, people still easily recognized him in the crowd. Even though he was just a background in the photo, only appearing fleetingly with his back or a blurry side profile, his superior aura still made people unable to help but pay attention. Many people didn't even bother to look closely at the girl in the middle of the picture. Oh my God! I've found my ideal type. Seriously, isn't that a new face from the entertainment industry being promoted? That side profile is really too handsome. Oh my God. The Truong Dao party had separate entrances for guests. That door was for VIPs in the business world. It couldn't be someone from the entertainment industry. Jai Li and CEO Chu are really a couple? A business magnate and a top-tier female celebrity, so adorable. Didn't Nghi Tu Duan also enter with them? Why keep pinning it on Tam Jai Li? These fans are even more immersed in their roles than the main characters. Up there, I heard a rumor that Nghi Tu Duan once offended Zhou Can Wu in the industry. The details aren't clear, but I heard she was dealt with quite miserably. These two can't have anything going on. Stop daydreaming. That's right. Moreover, I heard Jai Li is connected to the Min family, and the second young master of the Min family is a close friend of CEO Chu, so the two of them are very likely real. Otherwise, why has no one spoken up to clarify all this time? The real lives of many people were too dull, so they often sought joy online, regardless of truth or falsehood, as long as it brought them emotional value. This discussion only lasted half an hour, after which all posts and photos related to Zhou Can Wu were completely deleted from the platforms. Any photo featuring him was removed. This move was Tan Du's doing. Initially, he only intended to prevent photos of Zhou Can Wu from spreading, but that action instead stirred up even more speculations. As if intentionally hiding something, the more they hid, the more suspicious people became. The event still proceeded smoothly. Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jai Li sat chatting animatedly in their seats, and cameras also recorded quite a few moments of the two of them laughing and talking. Online, the topic of post-production of the film Quan Noyet Kai began to emerge. The program was not long, ending also quickly. Around a little past 10 o'clock, the event was near its conclusion. Many guests had successively left. At this moment, Nghi Tu Duan, sitting in the back row, unexpectedly received a message on her phone. Zhou Can Wu told her to leave from the side door. He had sent someone to pick her up. Thinking it was time to leave, she invited Tam Jai Li to go along. The two of them followed the staff to the side door. Waiting there was Tan Du. Seeing Tam Jai Li also cam. Along, he nodded politely. Ms. Tam, do you need me to arrange a car to take you home? Originally she intended to go with Nghi Tu Duan, but thinking that perhaps the two of them were about to go on a date, so she just smiled gently and refused. No need, I will go home by my own car. Not to disturb the couple anymore. Having said that, she said goodbye to Nghi Tu Duan and then left. Nghi Tu Duan was a little confused, turned to ask Tan Du, where is Chu Zanvu? He is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me. The two of them took the dedicated elevator upstairs. Leaving the hall, with no more cameras around, Nghi Tu Duan also relaxed more. Upstairs was a lounge area and living room. Tan Du led her up to the highest floor, a place reserved for very important figures. Pushing open the tightly closed double doors, inside hung a large crystal chandelier. The room was spacious but not cumbersome, luxuriously decorated, extravagant yet without losing its subtlety, creating an enchanting feeling as if stepping into a world of opulence. Passing through the curved archway, in the center was placed a large round table. Around the table were a few men and women wearing high-end formal attire, about 4 or 5 people. Everyone was an unfamiliar face. Nghi Tu Duan immediately saw Chu Zanvu sitting in the main seat. He also just then looked towards her. As soon as he saw her, he very quickly stood up to greet her. The others, seeing Chu Zanvu stand up, also simultaneously pushed their chairs back and stood up as well. Seeing there were many unfamiliar faces here, Nghi Tu Duan hesitated a little, not knowing whether to keep her distance or not, but he stepped forward, proactively took her hand, and led her towards the table. A woman in a white suit standing nearby smiled gently, and spoke in Cantonese. This is indeed the girl you mentioned last time that you were very fond of, isn't it? Chu Zanvu smiled gently at the corner of his lips, led Nghi Tu Duan by the hand to his side, pulled out a chair for her to sit, and waited for her to sit down before returning to his own seat. The others only then successively sat down. This is my girlfriend, Nghi Tu Duan. He introduced with a calm expression, not at all embarrassed, on the contrary, making Nghi Tu Duan a little shy. Having said that, he then turned to her and continued to say, this is a friend whom I once told you about, Miss Chao Kim Ni of the Chao family group in Kowloon. Nghi Tu Duan followed his gaze and looked over. The woman in the white suit smiled gently and nodded to greet her. A flash of light flashed in her mind, her eyebrows also curved up accordingly. That time at the front door of Tu Tsang Dai, she caught sight of Chu Zanvu meeting a woman. It turned out to be her. She did not remember ever meeting Chao Kim Ni on any other occasion, but had also once heard her name. Heard that she was nearly 40 years old, still not married, her disposition very modest. Tonight's party as organized by her, because the company under her name was preparing to enter the domestic market, so she sought out Chu Zanvu to ask for help. Heard that time on Zanvu came to Macau to help me retrieve the Red Book, you helped a lot. Still no opportunity to thank you directly. I have watched the movie you acted in, you are truly very beautiful. Nghi Tu Duan was in a daze for a moment. In her head she immediately grasped the word Macau. Immediately recalled the incident that occurred at the casino that day. It turned out at that time he was helping Ko Chao. She turned her head to look at Chu Zanvu. He was holding a glass of red wine, taking a sip, seemingly not paying attention to the conversation between the two of them. Nghi Tu Duan smiled, thank you Ko Chao, you are also very beautiful. Whenever entering social occasions like these, her social anxiety again showed itself clearly. It seemed that Chao Kim Ni was very fond of her. Each time hearing her speak, her gaze unconsciously softened a few points. Nghi Tu Duan just turned her head. Chu Zanvu's gaze had at some unknown point stopped on her. After that he spoke up to introduce the man sitting opposite him. This person is Luong Tui, and this is his wife Hua Fan. They are all people of Kin Chao. Nghi Tu Duan looked following his gaze. The man opposite had a quite handsome appearance, was the gentle, modest type, completely different from Chu Zanvu's demeanor. The girl sitting next to him looked very yaut. Fool, her facial features also particularly delicate. The last person is his classmate when studying abroad in L.A., named Lam Nuang. Nghi Tu Duan in turn greeted each person, obediently sat next to Zhou Can Wu, almost not participating in their conversation. Chao Kim Nu occasionally asked her a few questions, she answered all very truthfully. Because everyone tonight all had not eaten anything yet, so they gathered together to eat late-night supper. It was already late now. Nghi Tu Duan also could not eat much, just picked up a few chopsticks full and already gently put her chopsticks down. Reality proved, Nghi Tu Duan was truly very popular with the girls. This meal not yet finished eating, both Chao Kim Nu and Hua Fan all actively asked for her contact information. While the others were chatting, Hua Fan invited her to go to the restroom. The two of them together went out and talked for a while. Nghi Tu Duan accidentally saw the diamond ring on Hua Fan's left hand, then said a compliment. "This ring is truly beautiful, very suits you." Hua Fan lowered her head to look at the ring. After that she smiled lightly weakly, then began to tell about its origin. "Speaking of which, this ring was bought for me by your Mr. Chu." Nghi Tu Duan was also slightly stunned after hearing it. The diamond ring that Hua Fan wore was the Esla sapphire that was auctioned in an auction. Zhou Can Wu stepped in to buy for her. The starting price was 300 million, Luong Tui paid an additional 200 million, merely because at that time he was planning a marriage proposal, so his mood was very good, completely not because Zhou Can Wu intentionally wanted to make a profit. The two of them stood together leaning against the wash basin. Hua Fan turned to her and said, "Last year I once attended an award ceremony. At that time you were standing on stage receiving an award." Tonight Nghi Tu Duan discovered many coincidences. It turned out they had previously met when no one knew anyone. At that time she was on stage, while Hua Fan sat in the audience. "Your acting is truly excellent. After returning I watched many films you starred in. I've become your fan now." Hua Fan could not hide her admiration and spoke her thoughts, while Nghi Tu Duan did not know how to respond. Meeting someone sour and harsh, she could still retort a few words, but when the other party clearly showed goodwill, she didn't know what to do. When they returned to the room, the remaining people had finished their conversation and were preparing to leave. Zhou Can Wu stood waiting for her at the door. Next to him was also Luong Tui. Only Chao Kim Ni and Lam Nuang remained as the two single people, shaking their heads helplessly, then hastily leaving this display of affection scene. Waiting for the two girls to return from the restroom, everyone then bid farewell one by one. Zhou Can Wu asked Luong Tui if he was returning to Qin Chao tomorrow. Nghi Tu Duan had just turned her head when she saw Luong Tui taking off his vest and draping it over Hua Fan. While draping it he answered, "Flying early tomorrow morning, no need to see me off." "Oh right, on Valentine's Day remember to come attend our wedding, bring Miss Nghi along too." The four people rode the elevator together down to the parking lot. The elevator chimed ding, then opened slowly. Zhou Can Wu showed a very calm expression. "We'll see about it later." Marrying on Valentine's Day, they really knew how to pick a day. After bidding farewell to each other, Zhou Can Wu and Nghi Tu Duan got into the car to return to Duman Villa. Today was the first time Zhou Can Wu had taken her to meet his close friends. On the way back his mood was very good, he even hummed a few small tunes. It was less than a month until Valentine's Day, and Tet was also approaching. She began to look forward to seeing what her first Valentine's Day with Zhou Can Wu would be like. Although later they would have many more Valentine's Days, the first time always held the most special meaning. Thinking of that, she unconsciously smiled dreamily in the passenger seat. Zhou Can Wu turned head, looked her following sound laugh, pampered, asked, "Think what that happy so?" She shook head, just smiled, not spoke. You're listening to Eastern Romance Tales. If you're enjoying the story, please like, share, and subscribe to help me create more videos for you. Chapter 59. You always are choice first of me. Returned, arrived home already more than half. Night, no matter is time now, step through door, Dao Du certainly will be one first rushed to. Live together long days. Little dog also already understood figure of Nghi Tu Duan, originally slender, weak, no longer risked life jumped pounced into person her anymore, feared lest where pushed fell her again was scolded. Afternoon today went out hurried, not yet prepared much food for Dao Du, now also hungry already, kept circling under feet Chu Zanvu constantly. Nghi Tu Duan went up floor bathed washed removed makeup, while Chu Zanvu then went down below prepared food for dog. Waited little ancestor ate drank full, automatically swayed the but returned to bed nest. When Chu Zanvu returned to room then just happened caught Nghi Tu Duan just bathed finished stepped out, wrapped a thin towel around body. Not cold? He asked. Perhaps due to steam hot stifling in bathroom, two cheeks Nghi Tu Duan flushed red, saw Chu Zanvu step by step approached closer, fingers unconsciously tightened edge towel. She stepped back 2 steps I forgot to get pajamas already. Just spoke just tiptoed stepped towards changing room. Man saw out purpose of her, leaned body blocked right in front, scared her almost tripped fell on rug, luckily that he reacted fast supported took waist her. Hide what then? He bowed low head, close to cheek her, breath carried smell fragrant gentle just bathed finished. Just intimate like that made Nghi Tu Duan shy turned head away I go change pajamas already. Palm hot burning pressed onto bare back spine made her itchy restless, uncomfortable buried into chest his, posture like automatically rushed into chest like that. Chu Zanvu raised eyebrows smiled, just intended bowed head kissed her then was by her pushed out you quickly go bath go. Escaped from arms his, Nghi Tu Duan immediately slipped into changing room, leaving him stood there burst out laughing. Night arrived, Nghi Tu Duan lay in arms Chu Zanvu, breath regular, tip nose pressed into chest his, part skin flesh small exposed there rubbed made him itchy. Chu Zanvu opened eyes looked her, in light dim not saw clear face her, only heard sound breathing of 2 people, one slow, one chaotic. Feared wake her, he supported lightly head her, weighted self pulled out finished then carefully placed her lay neatly again. Bathed washed took more than half hour, when he wiped dry body stepped out then saw Nghi Tu Duan already changed to posture sleep comfortable, peacefully lay on bed. He held towel wiped head, looked little girl on bed softly burst out laughing little enchantress. It had been a while since Chu Zanvu returned to the company today was the day he himself had set to officially end his leave. Early morning, when Nghi Tu Duan was still lazily lying in bed, he had already finished putting on his vest, standing in front of the changing room door tying his tie. She was like a little emperor, lying to one side admiring the handsome man, the corners of her Li. P.S. still holding a dreamy smile, enjoying it, unwilling to stop. It was truly puzzling how there could be someone this beautiful. The vest on him seemed not to enhance him, but merely an adornment for his inherent perfection. A white shirt worn over a dark waistcoat, his toned physique clearly visible, extremely charming. Chu Zanvu walked to the side of the bed, looking down at her from above, while fastening his cuff buttons, he said if you're bored at home, call Jai Li to come over. If you want to go out, just tell the driver to take you, but remember to bring Chao Chan and Chao Nia along. Got it. The nagging tone, like an old father, made Nghi Tu Duan unable to help but burst into laughter. Pulling her hand back, she buried her head into the soft pillow. She still had a long vacation as long as she didn't accept any offline activities, she could live in seclusion forever at home. Finally, Chu Zanvu finished putting on his suit jacket, fastened the buttons, leaned down, resting his hands on either side of her cheeks, lightly kissed her lips, his gaze gentle I'm going to work now. Be careful on your way. Nghi Tu Duan, with both hands hugging the blanket, smiled sweetly. There wasn't enough time for them to linger longer. Chu Zanvu could only regretfully give another kiss before finally leaving the house. After Chu Zanvu left, Nghi Tu Duan also didn't linger in bed for long. She checked her calendar again, opened the ticket booking app, and bought a plane ticket to Tanlon 2 days later. She had something she had always wondered about. If Chu Zanvu had investigated and found out the truth about her parents' car accident, then he must have also known many other things. But every time he faced her, he showed absolutely no strange signs. His daily words also had no hint whatsoever. She wondered if that matter had not been discovered, then was there a possibility that the truth about the accident still held hidden circumstances? Zhou Can Wu left his study for her. After waking up, she didn't go down for breakfast but went straight into that room. Documents related to the accident could all be found on his computer. Although she had looked through them countless times before, Nghi Tu Duan still couldn't stop thinking there might be a 0.1 chance to change the truth. The summary of the document stated Ta Huin, because he couldn't acquire her parents' property, then developed murderous intent. But if that was the case, why did he still adopt her? Moreover, that property, after her parents passed away, also completely disappeared. If it was only for commercial gain, then after their deaths, that property should have fallen into Ta Huin's hands. But he didn't take it over at all. For many years now, although Nghi Tu Duan was not familiar with matters within the corporation, she also knew that her parents' property did not belong to any company under Ta Huin's name. She again sat down in front of the computer, meticulously reviewed all the CLUs from the beginning. But however many times she reviewed it, she still couldn't find any flaws. Nghi Tu Duan dejectedly propped her chin, repeatedly browsing through the documents, but still without any results. Just like that, another whole day passed. She was completely immersed in the pile of documents, while Zhou Can Wu was probably also busy all day, not sending any messages. By sunset, he only then arrived home, seeing Nghi Tu Duan sitting on the sofa reading a book, while Dao Du obediently lay next to her, resting its chin on her leg. The scene of one person and one dog was truly peaceful and warm. The maid had just finished preparing dinner, saw Zhou Can Wu walk in, then called out loudly. "Sir, you're back, the meal is just cooked, shall we eat right away?" When she heard the sound, Nghi Tu Duan also turned her head. Zhou Can Wu just happened to walk to behind her. "What are you reading?" Nghi Tu Duan happily closed the book, showed the book cover in front of him, the thorn birds. This book she took from his study room, so Zhou Can Wu of course didn't feel unfamiliar. Dao Du saw its owner return, happily jumped around on the sofa. Zhou Can Wu reached out and stroked its head, ordering it to sit down. Dao Du obediently stuck out its tongue, sat still, watching its owner lead Nghi Tu Duan by the hand around the sofa to go together towards the dining room. "Today you didn't go out?" Nghi Tu Duan hesitated a little, finally still didn't voice her concern from all day. Yes, going out is inconvenient, staying at home reading books is also fine. Why choose to read this book? Zhou Can Wu pulled a chair for her, waited for her to sit down, and only then walked around to the opposite side to sit down as well. The bookshelf in his study room has quite a few domestic and foreign literary works. The Thorn Birds is a book he read since high school. As for the content, he doesn't remember clearly anymore, only knows that the ending of the male and female protagonists was not satisfactory. The maid was bringing food to the table. Nghi Tu Duan pondered a little, then slowly said, "Previously, I once read the first half of this book, read until the part where Ralph chose the church instead of Maggie, then didn't read anymore. At that time she was still young, also viewed love simply. Two people loved each other, why couldn't they overcome difficulties to be together? If Maggie were to choose between money and Ralph, perhaps she would not hesitate but choose Ralph. Nghi Tu Duan felt that way was unfair. Why did girls have to be entangled in love their whole lives and couldn't break free? So she resolutely gave up and didn't read further. Today she coincidentally found the book again in Zhou Can Wu's study room. She felt like opening it to read a few pages, suddenly again felt light-hearted. Actually, no matter if it is Ralph or Maggie, or anyone in life, all have the right to choose their own. Humans are inherently selfish, and each person's life path, right or wrong, has no standard measure. Therefore, this time she no longer blamed Ralph for abandoning Maggie. While chatting, Zhou Can Wu also gradually remembered a few details. He picked up food for her, then heard the girl opposite suddenly ask, "If it were you, how would you choose?" This question was not to flirt, nor did she want to hear sweet words. She simply wanted to know whether every man would also make a choice like Ralph. Chu Zhenvu raised his head, looked at her, his gaze locked tightly onto her gaze, seriously replied for Ralph, he had faith and ideals of life of his own. In the circumstances at that time, perhaps in his heart love was not the most important thing. As for me, no matter if there is anything placed in front, then you are always my first choice. He did not agree with some popular views nowadays that if anyone put love first then they would be called love brain, as if that was something deserving of criticism. Those words could not fully assess a person. Love brain is a way of speaking carrying a negative nuance, somewhat lowering the personal value of other people. Chu Zhenvu did not acknowledge himself as love brain, it's just that, whether sober or vague, he was very clear about his life goal. Loving you is the most rational decision of his life. He spoke full of certainty, his eyes sincere, his love was the most intense wave amidst the vast ocean and mountains. Nghi Tu Duan bit the tip of her chopsticks, looked at him from the other side of the table and burst out laughing. Actually, she had known the answer beforehand, but when hearing it from his own mouth, her heart still felt much sweeter. After dinner, the two hugged each other lying on the sofa watching the movie The Thorn Birds. Dao Du lay right beside them, ears drooped down, occasionally tilting his head when hearing voices talking on the screen. After watching the movie, Chu Zhenvu carried Nghi Tu Duan back to the washroom. Tomorrow he still had to go to work. Nghi Tu Duan did not want to affect his sleep. Before sleeping, in her daze she heard a voice beside her ear. If one day I am no longer beside you, it does not mean that I abandon you. The remaining long stretch of life awaits ahead, Nghi Tu Duan, you must definitely be safe and healthy. That night Nghi Tu Duan dreamed of the apocalypse. She alone hid in the house, while Chu Zhenvu was somewhere unknown. Someone sent her a video. In the footage Chu Zhenvu was running away out there amidst the great disaster, trying to find her, but in the end still could not escape death, falling down in a pool of blood, painfully struggling. She woke up suddenly, seeing the person beside her still sleeping peacefully, her heart beating erratically, tears unconsciously rolling down. As if Chu Zhenvu sensed something, the big hand placed behind her back gently stirred, softly patting to reassure her. Had a nightmare? Nghi Tu Duan aggrievedly Hearing that, he hugged her tighter, his voice gentle. Good, it's just a dream. She snuggled into his embrace, inhaling the pleasant scent of shower gel on his body, gradually calming down. Chu Zhenvu thus softly coaxed her, until she sank into sleep once again. Chapter 60 Loving Him. Nghi Tu Duan did not tell Chu Zhenvu about the matter of her upcoming trip to Tanlan. The next morning, waiting for Chu Zhenvu to go to work, then she secretly slipped into his study room again. She suspected that she had put herself into some kind of trap without even knowing. It was impossible to count how many times this was that she reopened that document file. Nghi Tu Duan again carefully read through it one more time, truly finding no flaws. She tiredly leaned back into the leather chair, her mind reorganizing all the information she had obtained. Not knowing what she suddenly thought of, she abruptly stood up, grabbed her phone to contact Zhang Man Na. Send me Anis Real contact information. And all the materials she investigated, send all of them to me. The other party was slightly stunned upon receiving the message, having doubts in her heart, but still sent Anis' business card and investigative documents to her. It has come to this, but I still want to advise you not to act rashly. This matter has passed for 20 years, there could be many links that have gone wrong. Don't lose your current happiness because of too much desire for revenge. Regardless of whether Ta Huin was the real culprit or not, he had indeed raised Nghi Tu Duan for 20 years, his love and dedication were both real. Zhang Man Na from the bottom of her heart did not want Nghi Tu Duan to lose her loved ones again because of hatred. Nghi Tu Duan stared at the message on the screen, lightly exhaled, her fingertips typed out a line of text. I understand what you mean. Thank you, Na. From the moment she knew Zhang Man Na was the one behind manipulating everything, Nghi Tu Duan no longer considered her best friend. But after so many years of close connection, she still couldn't bring herself to completely sever the relationship between the two of them. Just like with Ta Huin, the internal struggles of Nghi Tu Duan were no less than Zhang Man Na's worries for her. Precisely because she knew Zhang Man Na genuinely cared about her, it made it even harder for her to let go of this relationship. She put down her phone, leaned her head against the back of the chair, looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Indeed, even though she knew Zhang Man Na had done something wrong to her, she still couldn't truly be angry. The conflicting emotions made her start to suspect she had psychological issues. But that was no longer the most important thing. She reopened the documents in the chat window, comparing them with the information on Chu Zhanvu's computer. These two sets of documents were almost identical, and the conclusions were also the same. Ta Huin was the only answer. Nghi Tu Duan's expression became heavy. She truly couldn't think of any point that could turn the situation around. Could it be that she really had to send him to prison? She tiredly closed her eyes. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep at the table. When she opened her eyes again, it was because the phone's ringtone sounded. Ta Ap called, inviting her to dinner tonight. Nghi Tu Duan pondered for a moment, then agreed. It had been a long time since they last met. She also didn't know how Ta Ap was doing lately. Before, she had heard Ta Huin say the branch in Hojiang was operating very well, all thanks to Ta Ap's efforts. He alone struggled in a foreign land, only hoping to bring the whole family to a better life, while Nghi Tu Duan was thinking of ways to break that increasingly happy home. She was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe, her steps staggered as she walked out of the study. Went back to her room to change clothes, then sent a message to Chu Zhanvu, telling him that tonight she would go out to eat with Ta Ap. At that time he was busy, so he did not reply immediately. By the time she received a reply, it was already past 6 o'clock. At this time Nghi Tu Duan had just left home, and arrived at the restaurant they had agreed upon in advance. The appointment time was 6:30, Ta Ap had not arrived yet. Nghi Tu Duan immediately sat down to look at the menu. Having been in the interior for half a year, her taste also gradually changed, occasionally still missing the taste of her hometown. But this restaurant specialized in Hujiang dishes. She looked through and then just ordered 2 characteristic dishes. As soon as Ta Ap arrived, the food was also just served. He wore a neat suit, his hair carefully groomed, his appearance hurried upon arrival, no different from every previous meeting. It's just that the tired look on his face was more evident than before. It could be seen that the workload here was much heavier than in Vietcong. The road was a bit jammed. Have you been here long? Ta Ap, while taking off his jacket and hanging it over the chair, looked at her and asked with concern. Nghi Tu Duan smiled and shook her head. I just arrived too. She poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Noticing a faint greenish streak on his chin, she couldn't help but sigh. Ta Ap hastily drank the glass of water, smiled wryly. The movie is finished. Why haven't you returned to Hong Kong? Daddy said that day you were home for only half a day before leaving. Are you still busy with anything these days? Occasionally there are some small activities. The man put the glass down, looked at her intently for a long time, frowned, showing a puzzled expression. How come I feel like you're not doing so well? Do you have something on your mind? He saw through her in an instant, and Nghi Tu Duan truly couldn't hide it either. There were things that couldn't be hidden, but were also not easy to say. It's nothing, probably just too tired. If you're tired, don't push yourself, eh? Nimore, whether you go to those activities or not doesn't matter. Our family isn't short on money. You don't need to desperately earn every penny. Now that work is done, go rest, or travel. I know, you don't have to work too hard anymore either. Our family isn't short on money. Nghi Tu Duan replied using his own words. Looking at that tired face, she also couldn't help but feel pained. Ta Ap picked up a chopsticks full of food for her and put it in her bowl. Don't worry about me, just take good care of yourself. If you have time, go home and visit Daddy more often. After Tet, if things go smoothly, who knows, our whole family might move over here. Oh, right, how are you and Zhou Can Wu doing lately? Upon hearing the name Zhou Can Wu, Nghi Tu Duan's movements paused slightly, not looking into his eyes but only softly replied. We are together now. Having said that, she did not hear a response from the opposite side, slowly raising her head to look. On Ta-Ap-Tris' face only a look of surprise briefly appeared, with no superfluous emotions, after which he helplessly burst into laughter. So this is the reason you didn't return to Hong Kong. Nghi Tu Duan said nothing. For some unknown reason, although Ta-Ap-Tri had no good feelings whatsoever for Zhou Can Wu, it seemed this matter was not outside his expectations. There was a little surprise, but it was processed very quickly. All right, as long as you are happy. Ta-Ap-Tri poured himself another glass of water. It's just that if you are with him and not happy, then immediately break up. I and Daddy will always be behind you. She gently nodded, not speaking up. The emotion in her heart, blended with surging guilt, made her unconsciously feel herself truly shameful. This meal did not proceed lightly at all. Having finished the meal, Ta-Ap-Tri stood up to go pay the bill. Nghi Tu Duan tidied her things then followed behind. Just arriving at the payment counter, he heard the staff inform that the card was rejected. Ta-Ap-Tri lowered his head to check his phone. TSK, over the limit already. Nghi Tu Duan sighed, smiled, and held out her phone. Use my device to scan, I'll go to the restroom for a bit. She handed her things to him, then turned to ask the staff member next to her. Excuse me, where is the restroom? The staff member led her inside, while Ta-Ap-Tri used her phone to pay. As soon as the code was scanned, the screen immediately popped up a message, from Zhang Man Na. Tu Duan, does brother Ap-Tri know about this? He was slightly stunned, and clicked to view. On the screen appeared the previous chat between the two of them. Beside Zhang Man Na's profile picture was a PDF file. The title of that file made Ta-Ap-Tris' eyebrows immediately furrow tightly. He quickly transferred the file to his own chat window, then taking advantage of the moment Nghi Tu Duan had not yet returned, deleted the recent message, even marking Zhang Man Na's message as unread. As soon as the screen went dark, Nghi Tu Duan appeared right behind him. Let's go. Where are you? I'll take you home. Nghi Tu Duan received back the phone and handbag, still resolutely refused. No need, I'll drive myself. Ta-Ap-Tri also did not press further. The two people exited the restaurant, then each went their separate ways. Arrived home, Zhou Can Wu had just finished dinner, was about to go upstairs. You came home so early? He stopped and waited for her to come closer, then naturally pulled her into his embrace. Nghi Tu Duan gently rubbed her head into his chest, softly asked. What is it? She closed her eyes and shook her head. The gentle scent from the man immediately invaded her sense of smell, making one's heart peaceful. Are you tired from work? Not tired, what is it? I feel sorry for you. Zhou Can Wu was amused by this sudden remark. Perhaps due to the accident, recently she had become noticeably more sensitive. He did not want to make her uncomfortable, only gently replied. I'm fine. Working hours were regular, the intensity was also not great. Before, there were times he was busy to the point of several days and nights without sleep. He had also never complained of being tired. Recently Nghi Tu Duan was clearly not doing very well. In his heart, he had planned to arrange time to take her to rest. But at that exact moment, she spoke up. In a few days I must go on a distant trip, you stay home and be good, okay? Zhou Can Wu was surprised. Go where? Go Tanlan. Again because of your friend? Just H. Hearing the name of that place, he already felt something was not right. Last time she went to Tanlan, said she was going with a friend working in the gemstone industry to choose raw materials. Nghi Tu Duan could not help but laugh. This time, I'm also going with her. Because last time we chose good stones, she wants me to go along to see more again. Chu Zanvu hugged her, asked pensively. Can't I go with you? She shook her head. I can go by myself. You just focus on working, I will return quickly. He did not say anything more, could only let her go. The two people returned together to the room to rest. Meanwhile, Ta-Ap Tri returned to the office, opened the file he had just transferred from Nghi Tu Duan's phone, read from beginning to end. His whole body seemed as if drained of strength, no longer had the strength to stand up from the chair. He could not believe his own eyes, everything he had just read made him both shocked and terrified. Ta-Ap Tri did not dare to believe that the person who murdered Nghi Tu Duan's parents, and also the person who caused his mother's death, was none other than Ta Huin. All this time, the cold gazes, the harsh words he threw towards her, turned out that all were the culprit blaming the innocent. It turned out that he was actually the child of the perpetrator. Nghi Tu Duan was the one who should hate him. Ta-Ap Tri could not accept that truth. He pushed the chair and stood up, but immediately collapsed onto the floor. His vision went dark, his ears rang, his mind was empty, breathing also became difficult. In that moment, a feeling of regret and collapse surged in his heart. He did not dare to believe this turned out to be the truth. He did not dare to imagine, if Nghi Tu Duan knew this matter, how much she would suffer. But this document file was precisely taken from her phone. It means that she had known for a long time. And yet still agreed to eat dinner with him. What mood did she carry when meeting him today? No wonder she was always distraught. It turned out that his whole family had hurt her so much, and yet he moreover was always playing the role of the victim. It turned out that everything, she had silently endured alone. Xia Yizi's body was paralyzed, completely unable to stand up. If not for the secretary just happening to step in to hand over documents, perhaps he would just like that, slumping back here all night. Chapter 61. It was her. Ni Xian's flight took off at 9 a.m., just right to leave home with Zhou Can Wu. The two young people, hand in hand, preparing to go out the door, Ni Xian suddenly turned her head to look at him, as if remembering something, then immediately turned back to the room. When she came down again, Zhou Can Wu asked, "Forgot to bring something?" Ni Xian raised her right hand up and gently shook it, her fingertips holding a dark striped tie. She ran lightly towards him. "Tie. Do you know how to tie it?" Zhou Can Wu lowered his eyes to look at her, fumbling a round. Ni Xian thought for a moment, then looped the tie behind his neck. He very cooperatively lowered his head. She said nothing, attentively worked, soon had finished tying a neat tie right in front of his chest. He praised without reservation, "So skilled, did you secretly learn it?" "Learned it when acting in a movie." Ni Xian once acted in a modern drama. She still remembered that one where she played the role of a betrayed housewife, on the surface every day doting sweetly on her husband with a non-smile, but behind his back secretly collecting evidence of infidelity, finally causing the scumbag to lose everything. Tying a tie was precisely what she learned at that time. Zhou Can Wu smiled and lightly kissed her forehead. "Let's go." The two people left side by side. When the plane from Hujiang took off, Zhou Can Wu's car also left the headquarters of Zhou Corporation, driving straight towards the manor in the forest. That road was deserted and desolate, there was no car coming and going, only one car went straight up the mountain. Zhou Zongqiu's nerves were steady as steel. Even though he knew Zhou Can Wu had cut off all his connections with the outside, he still leisurely lay sunbathing in the yard. When he saw the person coming, he even smiled, as if everything was as expected. "You didn't keep your word, my son, you truly make me disappointed." Shiny leather shoes reflected the sunlight, the man's tall figure also stretched into a long shadow on the ground. Zhou Si. Anwa's expression was calm. "The doctor said you only have half a year at most. I hope you enjoy this last period of life well." He didn't want the little remaining time to cause any more trouble. "The sunlight today is truly beautiful, it's a pity Nghi Tu Duan is not here." As long as Chu Trongqiu is completely dealt with, sunny days like these will certainly still be many, but in Chu Zanvu's heart there is still a trace of unease. The middle-aged man lay swaying on the folding chair, closed his eyes and smiled. You thought you imprisoned me, but in reality, you are merely imprisoning yourself. This time he was too tense, because he had once witnessed this man's frantic appearance, so he was even more afraid he would do something crazy. Even though he is now capable enough to lock him up, Chu Zanvu is still not at ease. Just as he said, Chu Zanvu imprisoned him, and at the same time also bound himself. If you don't go crazy, then I also wouldn't have to waste time because of you like this. Chu Zanvu said bluntly, his complexion not at all pleasant. Chu Trongqiu always liked to hold everything in his hands, not just actions but also the emotions of others. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling others. Perhaps he truly is a madman. At first, when pushed off the stage by his biological son, he had once been afraid of Chu Zanvu's power, but when he discovered he didn't strike, only locked him up, he immediately felt disappointed in his son. A person who stands in a high position without a cruel heart will certainly turn that into a fatal weakness later on. Just like now, Chu Zanvu certainly regrets not eliminating him completely, which then caused him to have the chance to use the woman to threaten him. Worried about your woman? The solution is very simple: kill me. Chu Trongqiu raised his head to look at his son, his expression not a trace of fear. But I still have to remind you one thing: if you want to become a strong person, then you must not have weaknesses. You should thank me for having taught you so much. Actually, if she disappears, for you, that would truly be a good thing. This statement truly angered Chu Zanvu. The man who was just calm at this moment had clenched his fist tightly, his fierce eyes glared at him. Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Trongqiu again smiled sinisterly. But if the CEO of Chu Group is arrested for the crime of patricide, it will certainly become shocking news, won't it? By then, your woman might have to live in solitude her whole life. His gaze was fixed on Chu Zanvu's expression. The more he saw him angry, the more excited he became. But as soon as the words ended, he discovered Chu Zanvu's eyebrows gradually relaxed, his fist also slowly relaxed. He suddenly felt surprised, not understanding what the other party was thinking. You are still alive until now, is to thank you for giving birth to a good daughter. Only heard Chu Zanvu say coldly. But you also reminded me of one thing: Tu Duan has never lived relying on anyone. If I can take you away in exchange for a lifetime of peace for her, then it's also worth it. His cold gaze made one feel a chill in their heart. This is the first time after 3 years, Chu Trongqiu again felt fear towards this son. Don't be afraid, I just want to remind you that it's not only you who knows how to go crazy. Use the remaining half-year to say goodbye to your daughter properly, even if you can't meet, but I will try to convey her words to you. Anyway, after the divorce, beside her, only you remain as a relative. Even though Chu Trongqiu is an utterly wretched person, he truly loved Chu Yuyantruk. After all, she is also his biological daughter, from a young age had been raised and pampered by him. In this world, the only thing he was attached to was precisely her. He did not know about Min Hong's affair, because Chu Yuyantruk had never told him. The word divorce uttered abruptly by Chu Zanvu made Chu Trongqiu bewildered. But he did not give him the chance to ask again, turned around and left the manor. While the two chatted, every corner in the manor had been additionally installed with many surveillance cameras. Every single move of everyone here could not escape their eyes. On the road down the mountain, Chu Zanvu received a call from Tandu. The matter he had just asked to investigate when leaving the company already had results. He heard the person on the other end of the line finish reporting the information, unable to stop himself from frowning. The rest I have sent to your mailbox, take a look. Stopping the car by the roadside, Chu Zanvu took out his phone to check his email. The investigation results showed the sole legal representative of the underground jade market was Nghi Tu Duan. Tandu said the previous legal representative was Nghi Tu Duan's mother. 20 years ago, she passed away in a car accident, after which this corporation automatically dissolved. But about 5 years ago, this corporation reappeared, and Ms. Ney continued to use the alias of the former owner to operate the business. It's not strange that she reappeared in Tan Lan. It's not strange that she could easily obtain the millions-worth Green Emperor bracelet from Mr. Fai's hands, a man who originally never did business outside. It turns out, everything had traces to follow. Almost in that moment, he immediately thought of the accident that year. All previous investigation documents did not mention the connection between Mr. and Mrs. Ney and the underground jade market. The relationship between Ta Huin and Mr. and Mrs. Ney had become close due to business. If they truly wanted to annex this asset, then why after the accident did they let it dissolve instead of taking it? A business deal without profit, why would a businessman like Ta Huin do such a foolish thing? It turns out, from the very beginning he was wrong. This was originally a chess game set up beforehand by a scheming person. If any one truly investigated this matter, they would surely follow those traces, because no one knew Mr. and Mrs. Ney still had a secret business chain behind them. The truth proved, both Chu Zanvu and that detective had been led into a maze. The real culprit was precisely the person who had laid out this chess game. He immediately stepped on the accelerator, sped back to the company, requesting Tan Du to dismiss all previous documents and start investigating again from the beginning to find the truth. On the other side of the globe, Nghi Tu Duan alone left the airport, familiarly taking a taxi to the hotel she had stayed at before. The market would open tomorrow. Previously, she always stayed until the end before leaving, regretting any potential stone. But now, in the country, there was someone who made her yearn. She only wanted to quickly pick all the good stones in the market, then immediately bring them back to the country, back to that person's side. Nghi Tu Duan sat alone by the hotel window admiring the view. Dense white clouds floated idly, covering the world with a layer of cold color like a film filter. The doorbell suddenly rang. She doubtfully went out to open the door. At the same time, her phone vibrated twice. It was Chu Zanvu's message asking her when she would return. Nghi Tu Duan curved her lips in a sweet smile, conveniently took a photo of the flight information and sent it to him, saying that she would return on the morning of the day after tomorrow. Love makes people become foolish, but also makes them stronger. Lovers who are far apart cannot know beforehand what will happen, but Nghi Siyun never had the intention to leave, even if the sky were to fall. The next morning, she went to the stone acquisition market, her mood cheerful and light all day. The selection process was extremely smooth, each stone very much to her liking, and the price also reasonable. Today passed quite smoothly, only a small incident occurred on her way back to the hotel. Because at that time the road was jammed, it was difficult to catch a taxi, and the hotel was not far, so she decided to walk. Just as she walked past one or two streets, the phone in her pocket rang with a message notification. She had just taken it out intending to look when a motorcycle zipped past beside her, forcefully knocking her to the ground. The phone also flew out and smashed onto the ground, broken to pieces. The motorcycle did not hit her at all, but the fright made her unable to immediately stand up. Her arm was scratched. She didn't care about the pain, her eyes followed the fleeing motorcycle, her heart pounded, always feeling that this was not accidental. She hurriedly picked up the phone. The screen was broken. No matter how she pressed it, it wouldn't turn on. Nghi Siyun began to feel anxious. Not having time to notice her injury, she ran to look for a phone repair shop. But in that bustling neighborhood, she searched and searched but couldn't find any shop that could help. It must have been Chu Zanya's message just now. She didn't know what he had said. But if he couldn't contact her, he would definitely be very worried. She was extremely anxious, so she had to return to the hotel to ask the receptionist for help. She asked for a phone repair shop. The hotel staff said there was a shop at the end of the street, but with this level of damage, it would take at least 1 to 2 days to repair. Hearing that, Nghi Siyun immediately became disheartened because she couldn't wait that long. Well then, she would wait until tomorrow to return home and get it repaired. She borrowed the receptionist's phone to call Chu Zanyu, told him her phone was broken, and that tomorrow when she returned to Hujiang she would go home by herself, telling him not to worry. The man on the other end heard her voice, finally breathing a sigh of relief. If he hadn't known for sure that she would return tomorrow, he would truly have wanted to fly over to find her immediately. "I'm really fine, I have enough money, besides the phone, there's nothing else to worry about. If you're not at ease, you can come to the airport to pick me up tomorrow, I will go through gate 2, please wait at the gate." Nghi Tu Duan didn't understand why he was so tense. Perhaps it was because she had gone missing on the mountain last time. Zhou Zhanyu was particularly worried that she would encounter trouble again. "You obediently stay at the hotel, don't go anywhere. Tomorrow I will wait for you at the appointed place." Zhou Zhanyu felt an inexplicable unease. He only hoped that in the next dozen or so hours, Nghi Tu Duan could safely return to his side. Chapter 62. Did you not sleep well? Fortunately, nothing happened during that time. The next morning, Nghi Tu Duan smoothly arrived at the airport, completed the check-in procedures and boarded the plane to return home. In the afternoon, landing in Hujiang, she followed the plan to exit the airport from VIP Gate 2. Zhou Zhanya's car was already waiting outside the gate. She, wearing sunglasses and a mask, quickly slipped into the car. The two had not even had time to speak, when Nghi Tu Duan said in a cold voice, "Go quickly, there are lenses behind us." Zhou Can glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing a black car parked behind, two men wearing sunglasses holding cameras pointed towards them. Without hesitating for a second, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Nghi Tu Duan removed her mask and scarf, and at Zhou Can's instruction, called Tan Du. From the rearview mirror, she saw the black car still clinging closely behind. Although they didn't know who they were, they certainly weren't ordinary entertainment reporters. She reported the situation to Tan Du, and the other end of the line said they would immediately dispatch people to assist. Zhou Can continued to drive around the city like that to prolong the time. "Do you know who they are?" Nghi Tu Duan placed the phone back onto the center console, careful. Observing the movements of the car behind. If not reporters, then they could very well be his or her enemies. Zhou Can gripped the steering wheel tightly, his nerves like guitar strings, not daring to relax for a second. Just a few old friends. Many years ago, they had also chased him like that. He hadn't expected that even now, even though Chu Trongqiu was under his control, there were still people continuing to orchestrate things from behind. He had truly underestimated his opponents. "Later, after we shake them off, you drive yourself home, all right? Can you do that?" Zhou Can instructed calmly. Nghi Tu Duan, though unclear about his plan, still nodded. "Yes, what about you? Tan Du will come to pick me up. You must ensure your own safety, don't go anywhere until I return. Also, in the glove compartment there's a new phone, install the SIM card so I can still contact you." "Okay." The two quickly reached an agreement. The car swerved on the road for 20 minutes, until finally at an intersection, three cars suddenly rushed out, blocking the middle of the road and stopping the black car behind them. Zhou Can smoothly drove the car, turning into the downtown area. Arriving at a small alley, he quickly got out of the car and let Nghi Tu Duan sit in the driver's seat. She didn't know why such a thing was happening today, nor did she know the purpose of those who were following them, but she knew that at this moment, she absolutely could not hesitate. Before leaving, she turned her head, looked at him very deeply. "You also must be careful. I will wait for you at home." Zhou Can replied to her with a reassuring gaze. She stepped on the accelerator, without hesitation dashed towards Du Man Villa. After Nghi Tu Duan left, Zhou Can called Tan Du to report his current position. A few minutes later, Tan Du drove to pick him up, but those people still did not let go but forced them to run towards the direction of the mountain manor. Finally they stopped in front of Chu Trongqiu. That man seemed to know early that he would come, stood ready on the steps watching him approach step by step without showing any surprise. The matter that happened to Tu Duan in Tanlan, was it done by you? Chu Zanvu's gaze was gloomy, gritted his teeth, stepped closer to him. The aura emanating from that man made him forced to step back one step. The smile on the opponent's face also had a bit of awkwardness. I am still here, where would I get the time to go cause trouble for her? Chu Zanvu coldly sneered. It was I who underestimated you. In Hozhong for so many years, under Chu Trongqiu's hand, surely there are not few people. So even if confined for 3 years but outside still full of his eyes and ears. Actually Chu Zanvu was not that he did not know, just did not expect one day trouble would come to himself. If in this whole life he was only by himself, then he would not mind facing him life and death, but now he has Nghi Tu Duan. He no longer had a life to risk anymore. Doing so many things like that just to force me to resolve a small company, are you not afraid of losing capital? Having gone through last night's matter and also today, Chu Zanvu admitted to himself the opponent was one move higher than him. There was one thing Chu Trongqiu said correctly: once a person has a weakness, then all actions are bound. This is not only for the glory of our Chu family, but also to cultivate your character. For a woman to discard everything, then what big thing can be done? You look at me, then look at your grandfather. We have never for male-female affection forgotten the big picture. That is why the Chu family has what it has today. I also do not object to you dating a female celebrity, but women are just like clothes, playing around is fine. Do you really want to exchange our family's entire inheritance? Chu Zanvu pursed his lips, coldly said. So in your eyes, my mother's life is also just a toy? Chu Trongqiu heard that, then put on an innocent look, continuously shaking his head. Your mother's death is not related to me. She was depressed, then committed suicide, carelessly wrote a suicide note, and you believed it. How can the words of the dead be believed? All these years, haven't I still raised you very well? Regarding the matter of speaking twisted logic and pretending to be insane, Chu Zanvu admitted he was no match for him. Obviously, using Chu Yuyan truck to threaten him last time had no effect. So, in T's world, what exactly could make Chu Trongqiu bow his head and admit defeat? Not wanting to drag it on further, Chu Zanvu directly asked the purpose of him bringing him here. What exactly do you want? Chu Trongqiu pretended to think seriously, rubbed his chin, then burst out laughing. Last time, I didn't quite like your attitude when talking to me, and the task previously assigned to you hasn't been completed, so this time it must be doubled. Nghi Tu Duan, upon returning home, immediately inserted the SIM card into the new phone, anxiously waiting in her room. The phone showed no activity, and she also found it inconvenient to proactively contact Chu Zanvu, afraid of disturbing him and causing more trouble. It wasn't until dusk that the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the new house. She hurriedly ran down from the upper floor, but when she saw who had arrived, her steps immediately halted. Why is it just you? Where is Chu Zanvu? The one who returned was only Tan Du. Chu Zanvu's figure was nowhere to be seen, making her heart, which had just settled, hang high up again. Tan Du bowed politely to Nghi Tu Duan. Sir has gone back to the company to work overtime. He told me to relay a message to you that he might not return tonight. You should rest a bit earlier. Nghi Tu Duan suspiciously took 2 steps back. This reason was too forced. She truly couldn't believe it. Why didn't he tell me himself? He had clearly prepared a phone for her, and told her to wait for him at home, yet now he wasn't returning and didn't even make a single call. Facing her wary gaze, Tan Du sighed but still tried to complete his task. Miss Nghi, sir is very safe at the moment. He will return after he finishes his work. Please don't worry, and you should rest early. Looking at his attitude, it was clear he did not intend to leave tonight. Nghi Tu Duan felt that something was amiss. Tan Du was Chu Zanvu's most capable assistant. If he was truly that busy, why didn't he go with him but instead stayed behind to look after her? Her intuition told her that something was definitely hidden in this matter. She probed and asked, who were those people chasing the car this afternoon? Have you found out yet? Just a few nameless rascals playing tricks. Miss Nghi doesn't need to be afraid. such things will not happen again in the future. Who would take this matter as a joke? He did not answer. Nghi Tu Duan also had no other way, could only continue to ask. Then when will Chu Zanvu return? You rest early, who knows, when you wake up, you will see him. Seeing that she could not extract any more information, Nghi Tu Duan also had to give up. After feeding Dao Du, she turned her head back to see Tan Du still standing in the same spot. She glanced at him. Don't you need to go back for overtime? Tan Du replied, before Mr. returns, I will not leave. Nghi Tu Duan did not ask anything more, turned and went upstairs to her room. But that whole night she could not lose her eyes. She did not know if Chu Zanvu was truly safe, nor was she sure if she could see him again tomorrow. Having gone through a fearful day like today, she was very afraid that tomorrow morning when she woke up, she would still not see him. She tossed and turned until nearly dawn, finally could not overcome the overwhelming drowsiness and fell asleep. In that dream, she once again heard Chu Zanvu's voice. This time he gently coaxed her, apologized to her and promised he would not leave her any more. But then after that, Chu Zanvu disappeared again. She seemed to go crazy looking for him, but no matter how she searched, she could not find him. She did not know how long she had searched, finally running to the edge of a cliff. At the same time, a voice echoed in the air telling her that Chu Zanvu was below. She did not hesitate at all and jumped down. Startled, she woke up. Opening her eyes, the sky was already bright. Her forehead was dotted with cold sweat, but she had no time to think about the nightmare and hastily left her bed to look for Chu Zanvu. She called for him all over the house but no one answered. Tan Du was also nowhere to be seen. Nghi Tu Duan panicked. Just as she was about to rush out, Chu Zanvu unexpectedly stepped in from outside the door. Seeing her flustered appearance, he frowned. Why are you dressed so lightly running outside like this? His voice was stern. As he spoke, he took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. BF. Or the words of reproach could even be uttered. A pair of hands had wrapped tightly around his neck. Beside his ear was her soft breathing and trembling voice. Where did you go? Knowing that she was scared because she was worried about him, a feeling of guilt arose in the man's heart. He hugged her close, his chin resting on her shoulder, gently comforting her. Last night the company had some business so I couldn't leave, making you worry. Nghi Tu Duan, aggrieved, burrowed into his embrace and sobbed. She was truly very scared that because of yesterday's incident, he had encountered danger. Waking up this morning and not seeing him made the fear in her heart even more intense. Fortunately, he was still safe. You couldn't sleep last night? Perhaps because he stayed up all night. His voice was hoarse, under his chin was a faint stubble. Nghi Tu Duan rubbed her head against his chest and lightly nodded. Recently she often had nightmares, always feeling uneasy in her heart. Chu Zanvu said he would go up to sleep with her for a little while longer. Before she could answer he had already lifted her up. She was only wearing a flimsy nightgown. Chu Zanvu was afraid she would catch a cold, wrapped her up and placed her into the blanket. Nghi Tu Duan had just laid her head on the pillow when she saw he intended to leave. She quickly grabbed his hand and anxiously asked, Where are you going? Chu Zanvu met her gaze, his heart suddenly ached. Knowing clearly that her mood hadn't been good lately, he still made her worry even more. At this moment, she was as sensitive as a frightened little rabbit in a deep forest. Just one sound was enough to make the fragile layer of defense in her heart collapse. He bent down and gently kissed her lips, coaxing her. I'm just going to wash my face, I'm not going anywhere. Last night Chu Zanvu also didn't sleep. Early in the morning when he returned he saw Nghi Tu Duan was sleeping restlessly, so he stayed beside her, watching over her sleep. By then, he went down to take Dao Du for a walk around. When he returned he saw Nghi Tu Duan was panicked and about to run outside. He quickly changed into pajamas, washed his face, then returned to lie next to Nghi Tu Duan, gently embraced her, slowly caressed her shoulder, coaxing her back to sleep. Chapter 63 The Reason. Lately too many things had happened. Even Chu Zanvu felt physically and mentally exhausted. Emotion truly was a person's biggest weakness. whether it was Ho Quan Hoa in the past or Chu Zan Vu in the present, every step they were stuck was because their heart carried a person. This time she slept very deeply. When she woke up, the first thing Nghi Tu Duan did was look for Chu Zan Vu. Discovering he was still lying next to her, her uneasy heart was immediately soothed. She moved closer, snuggling into his embrace. Chu Zan Vu also just opened his eyes and woke up. "Did I wake you up?" Nghi Tu Duan raised her head to ask, her voice soft as if pouring honey. Yu Zan Vu gently kissed her forehead. No. Actually, he had been awake for a while, just didn't want to get out of bed yet. He knew if Nghi Tu Duan opened her eyes and didn't see him beside her, she would certainly feel uneasy, so he simply kept his eyes closed and lay next to her. In his heart, there was a mix of a little reality avoidance. He was worried about the things about to happen, afraid that the situation would get worse and worse. But no matter what the outcome, he only hoped Nghi Tu Duan could be peaceful and happy. Without time to comfort her, Chu Zan Vu rushed to the company as soon as it was light, not even having time to eat breakfast. That evening when he returned home, Nghi Tu Duan wanted to share with him the book she had read that day, but that man unexpectedly pushed her away, saying he still had unfinished work. He merely bent down and gently kissed her lips, then hurried upstairs into the study. Although Nghi Tu Duan felt disappointed, she also understood his work was hard, so she didn't make things difficult, didn't cling to him. In the following days, Chu Zan Vu always left home early and returned very late. Nghi Tu Duan also sensed that something was happening to him. She no longer clung to him every day but tried to sort out her emotions by herself. Even if she couldn't help, at least she didn't want him to worry more because of her. But Chu Zan Vu's recent changes made her start to feel scared. He kept burying himself in work, a distance gradually grew. Between them, even basic conversations became increasingly scarce. However, she could do nothing, only helplessly watch everything change like that. The first incident occurred was when she heard the news that Ta Group's branch failed in operation, facing the risk of loss. If it couldn't recover, Ta Group would lose its qualification to expand the market into the domestic territory. This news was accidentally overheard by her from Din Din, and this matter had already happened 2 days ago, yet she knew nothing at all. Nghi Tu Duan hastily messaged to inquire about Ta Ap Tri, but received no reply. All day she was restless. Calling, no one picked up. Fearing he encountered something bad, she planned to go out to the company to find him when she unexpectedly received a message. Ta Ap Tri replied that he was very busy lately, couldn't timely reply to messages or meet, telling her to stay with Chu Zan Vu and take good care of herself. The more she thought about these words, the stranger they seemed. Why did she keep having the feeling this matter was related to Chu Zan Vu? All that day she kept pacing restlessly around the house. Only until late at night did she see Chu Zan Vu return. She rushed out, asking urgently. Ta Group's branch has failed, do you know what happened? Hearing that, Chu Zan Vu's footsteps paused. He didn't want to hurt her, but even more, he didn't want to lie. He could only remain silent, gently pushing her upstairs to rest. Nghi Tu Duan increasingly felt there was something very strange about this man. He came home but didn't bother to chat with her, even though every day he finished work at midnight. He still rushed into the study upon returning home. Only when she had fallen asleep would he return to the bedroom to rest. She didn't even know when he slept or when he woke up to go to work. Such a situation made her even more confused and uneasy. Chu Zan Vu's unwillingness to speak out proved this matter was more complex than she imagined, and Ta Group's situation was truly not very optimistic. That night, Chu Zan Vu was still busy in the study until dawn. He stared fixedly at the computer screen, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Line after line, the more he read, the heavier his expression became. This result was completely beyond his prediction. He could not have imagined that in the cooperation that year between Ta Group and the Nghi couple, Chu Trongkio was involved. Since the day he discovered the legal representative of the underground emerald market, Zhou Can Wu had re-examined all the clues of the old accident to reinvestigate from the beginning. In just a few short days, the entire situation had completely reversed. Not only Ta Huin and his company were caught up in this matter, but also Chu Trongqiu, who at that time was on a project survey in Hong Kong with his team. Everything had connected into a clear logical chain. Zhou Can Wu had smoked countless cigarettes in the study. This was the first time in over 20 years that he felt so helpless in the face of a difficulty. If the real culprit who killed Nghi Tu Duan's parents turned out to be Chu Trongqiu. He leaned his head back and sighed, closing his eyes, his mind dizzy as if pulled into a chaotic whirlpool. Could it be that heaven did not want him to be happy, which is why it teased him so much? The underground emerald market that year was an extremely powerful force, on the surface only dealing in jade but in reality concealing countless illegal assets. Until now, no one has dared to expose it, because if it were revealed, it would certainly overturn the rankings of Hong Kong's financial tycoons. When surveying a project, Chu Trongqiu accidentally discovered this matter. He secretly contacted Boss Phi, on the surface humbly learning about business, but in reality standing behind and manipulating many things. At that time, the Xia Corporation cooperated with the Nia couple. Chu Trongqiu secretly established a network of relationships, setting up a chessboard. At the old office and residence that once belonged to Chu Trongqiu, Zhou Can Wu found many things that could not be made public. Among them was even a secret agreement signed with Boss Phi. Chu Trongqiu on one hand secretly connected with the high-ranking members of the Xia Corporation, on the other hand deceived Boss Phi and conspired with each other to bring down Ta Huin. But in reality, the person being schemed against was not just one. Everyone was involved with him, yet no one placed him at the center of the matter. Because from an overall perspective, this resembled a power struggle between the Xia family and the Nia couple, and everything Chu Trongqiu had done in between was naturally overlooked. Even when the police investigated the incident back then, throughout the process, the name Chu Trongqiu never appeared. However, it was precisely him who was most deeply involved. Currently, Zhou Can Wu still does not have conclusive evidence to prove that Chu Trongqiu was the one behind the accident that year, but the chain of evidence in his hand is enough to confirm with 90% certainty that it was caused by him. He walked to the window, pushed open that tightly closed glass door, and in an instant, a cold gust of wind rushed into the room, but Zhou Can Wu did not feel cold at all. His heart felt as if it was weighed down by a large rock, and no matter how he breathed, he could not dispel the gloom in his heart. The clock hands silently revolved, and soon it was 3 in the morning. When he returned to the room, Nghi Tu Duan was still not asleep. She sat on the sofa as if waiting for him. "Can you tell me, what exactly happened to my brother?" As soon as she saw him return, Nghi Tu Duan immediately stood up and blocked his way, her eyes full of determination as if she absolutely had to get to the bottom of it. The man's face was utterly exhausted for a long time, the smile on his lips had not been seen. Between them, the gears seemed to have broken down, no longer operating smoothly as before. She refused to give up, and Zhou Can Wu also had no way to avoid it. He looked at her, his eyes dim, his voice also cold. "Let's break up." He had been sitting in the study for a very long time, thinking that Nghi Tu Duan's recent sadness and confusion were all caused by him. Humans, once involved in emotions, are easily hurt to the point of weakness. Zhou Can Wu had always been arrogant, yet at this moment standing before her, he felt like faltering. He did not dare to imagine, if Nghi Tu Duan knew that the killer of her parents was precisely his own father, how desperate and pained she would be. Nghi Tu Duan would certainly not blame him, but this truth was like an eternal shackle binding him, making him feel as if he was trapped in a prison with no exit. As long as he faced her, he would forever be unable to maintain that composure anymore. "What did you say?" In an instant she couldn't distinguish if this was a dream or reality. Between them there was no too great conflict. Where did this word of breakup come from? But facing his cold gaze, she extended her hand intending to hold on, yet he tilted his body to avoid her. Thinking of his recent coldness and distance, Nghi Tu Duan always felt as if hidden behind was something extremely important. "Let's break up, you will return to Hong Kong, I booked flight tickets for you already." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became stifling, both their facial expressions were unpleasant to look at. Nghi Tu Duan choked up, not understanding why he would suddenly speak words like that. She tried to press the reason. Zhou Wu gritted his teeth, let out a scoff, his gloomy eyes made her shiver. "Isn't it that you want to know why the Xia Corporation branch failed? Was it you who did it?" She looked straight into his eyes, feeling the person in front of her become strange and terrifyingly silent. He said nothing. Nghi Tu Duan had understood clearly. For some reason, her heartbeat suddenly slowed down. When she confirmed he himself was the one who caused it all, she burst out laughing, retreating 2 steps back. In these past days, his coldness and distance, could it be only because he was afraid she knew this matter and thus felt guilty, avoiding her? But the Zhou Wu whom she knew was not a person like that. If he could easily say to break up like that, rather that she had never loved him. Anger, vexation, and all kinds of complex emotions blended together made Nghi Tu Duan's gaze also gradually grow cold. The two people stood facing each other, the distance between them was the concretization for the relationship breaking apart. She wanted to ask him why he had to do it like that, but words came to her mouth yet she swallowed them back in, because she knew she would not get the answer. And so she resolutely gave up. She knew in Zhou Wu's heart there was something, but she was angry with him because he had not chosen the way to face it together with her, instead still wanting to push her away. She did not accept that. Nghi Tu Duan moved aside for him to enter the room, from then on not saying one more word. The room quiet, Zhou Wu did not step in but proactively said he would sleep in the living room, tomorrow morning he himself would take her to the airport. She did not answer, also did not look at him. His chest as if was choked, his eyes reddened, silently retreated out of the room. Early morning the next day, Zhou Wu personally entered the kitchen to make breakfast, brought it all the way up to the room for her. But Nghi Tu Duan even did not glance once, coldly walked past him and went downstairs. She did not say anything, as if sulking, again as if she had been completely disappointed in him. Until the very moment of parting at the airport, Nghi Tu Duan still did not say a word, even when getting out of the car she also did not turn her head to look at him once, decisive and resolute, as if just after one night she had let go of everything. Zhou Wu looked stunned, following that slender figure, his heart as if being stabbed by thousands of needles. He bowed his head to look at the phone still left on the passenger seat, it was exactly the one he had given her when she returned from Tan Lon a few days ago. Both ears went numb, he then understood it turned out the pain of a breakup was so terrible, even more painful than when alone risking his life in the ring in a foreign land. As if 1 second later he would not be able to breathe, the light before his eyes flickered out, even the rare sunlight on a cold winter day also became gray and dim to the point of being terrifying. Only 2 more days until Valentine's Day. Originally the two of them also said they would together attend a friend's wedding, but now only he remained. Yesterday morning he had just received the invitation card from Luong Tui, on it there were also the names of both of them. He clenched the steering wheel tightly, buried his head into his arms, in the car only remained his heavy breathing. When he lifted his head, his eyes were already red-rimmed and moist. When the airplane left the ground, the Cullinan parked in the dawn light also sped away in silence. Chapter 64 Only 2 people offer incense. Everything changed too quickly, so fast that it made people feel as if dreaming. When she set foot down at the airport in Hong Kong, Nghi Tu Duan's mind was still vague and bewildered. It wasn't until she heard the announcement sound in familiar Hong Kongese that she then completely sobered up, confirming that she had truly returned. They had truly broken up already. In the past few days, too many things had happened making her constantly change her perspective about that man. She returned to Tien Tui Bay in a dazed state, as soon as she stepped through the door she already saw Aunt Fuck cleaning a vase, as soon as she saw her s. He was suddenly overjoyed as if she had caught a treasure. She just thought this time she left it would again be several months before she returned, unexpectedly met again so quickly. "Little Duan, why did you come back without saying a word?" Aunt Fuck put down the vase, hurriedly came forward to welcome her. Nghi Tu Duan awkwardly smiled, gently hugged her. I decided abruptly, "Is Daddy at work, Aunt?" "Yes, that's right, these past few days Chairman Ta has been working overtime constantly, his whole body has gotten thin." She followed Aunt Fuck into the living room, her gaze swept over every corner in the house. 20 years already this place still had not changed at all, from the first time she stepped into this house it was already like that. Only a few new decorative items had been added, for example, the family photo placed on the tea table taken more than 10 years ago. That day was the first time she called Ta Huin Daddy. That day he was as happy as a child, met anyone and introduced, "This is my daughter." And in the glass cabinet against the wall were the trophies he secretly took from her room to display, each one was his pride in her. The love that Ta Huin had for her was genuine, not a bit fake. Such a person would truly plan to murder her biological parents? Nghi Tu Duan picked up the family photo, looked dazed for a long time. She admitted herself was not the type of person easily swayed by emotions, but years of memories flooded back, even when she doubted him the most. She had never doubted the love of the father that he had for her. Aunt Fuck brought tea and snacks, asking her what she wanted to eat for lunch. She shook her head, saying there was no need to prepare a meal because she planned to go to the company to meet Ta Huin. Aunt Fuck smiled and agreed, then turned around to continue her work. Nghi Tu Duan did not stay long, only sat for a moment then left the house, watching the time for work to end to go to the company. Employees in the corporation all knew her. As soon as they saw her arrive at the reception, they asked if she was looking for the chairman. After she nodded, the other party immediately took her up by private elevator. She did not come to the company often because at home no one forced her to go to work. But every time she appeared, everyone greeted her proactively and respectfully. The dedicated elevator took her straight to the chairman's office. Ta Huin still hadn't come out. She walked over to knock on the door. A steady, deep male voice from inside rang out, "Come in." The door opened. The middle-aged man with a gentle appearance was at this moment buried in a pile of documents, not even bothering to look up, but only said in a cold voice, "Just leave the documents on the table." He thought she was an employee bringing documents. The black hair on his head was already flecked with silver. Since when had he aged so much? Nghi Tu Duan suppressed the bitterness in her nose, gently spoke up, "Chairman Ta hasn't finished work yet?" Ta Huin was still focused on his work. "Once I finish this pile." Until his brain processed that familiar sound, he looked up in surprise, his cold expression instantly turned into bewilderment, his pitch-black eyes flashed with a radiant light. He immediately stood up, walked quickly to embrace his daughter whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Why are you back like this?" His voice clearly revealed joy. He pulled her to sit on the reception sofa, continuously asking, "When did you get back? Why did you come to the company? Have you eaten anything yet? Are you hungry? Daddy will take you to eat delicious food, okay?" A flurry of questions made Nghi Tu Duan not know which question to answer first. She just quietly reddened her eyes amidst his overwhelming series of concerns. She turned her face away, pretended to pour water. "I heard that recently you've been so busy you don't come home. I came here for a surprise check." She handed the hot tea cup to him, her gaze gently swept over the new dark spots and wrinkles appearing on his face. The anger in her heart was even greater than the sorrow. Ta Huin happily took it, took a small sip. Recently the company encountered a bit of trouble, so overtime is common. Don't worry, child, Daddy is still healthy." Nghi Tu Duan choked up, her throat felt like it was blocked by a rock. "Oh, that's right. Have you been in contact with your brother recently? These past 2 days Daddy called and messaged him but didn't receive a reply. I wonder if something happened over there." Hearing Ta Ap Tri mentioned, Nghi Tu Duan even thought he had cut off contact because of company matters. It seemed Ta Huin still didn't know anything. She had to evade. A few days ago I had a meal with him. He's still fine, he's probably too busy lately, so he's also working overtime just like Daddy. Dad, don't worry. Ta Huin breathed a sigh of relief, gave a bitter smile. You children are all grown up, everyone has to leave their parents' embrace, thinking about you children about to start your own families and step onto your own paths. Daddy really feels reluctant. How could he not be heartbroken? The daughter he raised for 20 years was now about to leave this home, leave his protection. The future ahead would be full of hardships. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Even though Nghi Tu Duan was not his biological daughter, the affection over the years was irreplaceable, including blood ties. Hearing him say that, Nghi Tu Duan's heart also sank. Especially when in her heart she still carried doubt about the man in front of her. Her feelings became extremely complex because she didn't know whether she should see him as a father, or as an enemy. She looked straight into his eyes, trying to probe, and asked a question that for 20 years she had never dared to ask. Daddy, do you know why my biological parents met with an accident that year? Ta Huin's expression suddenly froze, the smile on his lips instantal. Why stiffened? Nghi Tu Duan caught that wavering gaze, began to interpret, and the doubt in her heart gradually swallowed the soft emotions. Ta Huin dodged, answering vaguely. Why are you suddenly asking about that? She said nothing, and the atmosphere in the room also became tense because of that. Ta Huin awkwardly searched for words. Didn't the police back then conclude it was an unintentional accident? Daddy was also very heartbroken. Your biological parents back then were good friends of Daddy. I never expected that to happen. Daddy's wife also died in that accident and everything was lost in the blink of an eye. But after that there was you. Daddy also doesn't know whether heaven is cruel or is compensating. Nghi Tu Duan stared intently into his eyes. In her heart she was confused, not knowing whether to believe or not. Were his words sincere or just a cover-up for a dark secret behind it? Later, adopting Nghi Tu Duan and then giving her boundless love, made all the eyes that had followed him that year move to tears. The man sighed deeply. Don't mention those things anymore. People must look forward and cannot forever grieve over things from 20 years ago. Yes, that's right. Nghi Tu Duan gave a faint smile. I want to eat roast duck from True An's shop. Daddy, can you come with me? Ta Huin didn't hesitate at all. Of course. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what Nghi Tu Duan wanted to do, no matter how busy he was, as long as she spoke, he would immediately agree. Nghi Tu Duan began to ask herself, was Ta Huin's love for her throughout all these years because she was his daughter, or merely because he felt guilty for destroying her family? But if he was truly a malicious person, how could he treat her so gently and thoughtfully? She couldn't understand, and also didn't want to doubt his sincere feelings. Yet the truth still lay before her eyes. She couldn't find any other reason. The father and daughter drove together to that long-established restaurant. The owner Truan saw them arrive and immediately enthusiastically welcomed them, leading them into the best private room and personally serving them. Why are there only 2 of you today? Isn't the young master coming along? Truan asked as he let them order. Ta Huin smiled and glanced at his daughter opposite him, replied recently AP Tri has been busy with work domestically, and it was also with great difficulty that Tu Duan just found free time to come back, so I brought her here to eat something delicious. Tu Duan has truly grown up. Truan looked at her full of affection. The first time I met her she was still a little crybaby demanding malt candy, and in the blink of an eye she has become a beautiful, famous star like this. This shop has been open in Hong Kong for many years. Nghi Tu Duan's first family gathering after returning to the Ta family also took place here. Truan could be said to have watched her grow up, not having seen her for a long time. He also didn't help but be filled with emotion. Ta Huin finished ordering and handed the menu back to him. That's right, children truly grow up fast. We too have transformed from young men into old men with salt and pepper hair. Truan burst out laughing heartily. The words were like a jest but were an undeniable truth. When the food was served, Ta Huin, as always, continuously scooped food into her bowl. This meal was quieter than usual, perhaps because everyone's mood had changed. Ta Huin also noticed her unusualness, but didn't ask anything further. Towards the end of the meal, he only then said to her in a deep voice profound words. Tu Duan, our family before might have done some things that hurt you, making your life not as complete as desired. Those things were also not our intention, but Daddy still wants to apologize to you. One thing you must believe is that Daddy truly loves you even if there's no blood relation, you will forever be the daughter Daddy loves the most. These words made Nghi Tu Duan feel vague, unclear what his apology was ultimately for. She thought perhaps it was an apology for the accident many years ago that he caused. After lunch, Ta Huin returned to the company to continue working. Nghi Tu Duan, having nothing to do, then drove to Thin Dai Mountain. The last time she went there was half a year ago, when she had just won the Best Supporting Actress award. She went to Namen Temple to fulfill her vows. This time, stepping onto the stone step saga. In leading to the mountain peak, she felt every step become unusually heavy. Back then was the first time she met Chu Zhanwu. At that time she didn't know it was him, and even less did she expect that later so many things would happen with him. This path was clearly not long, yet for Nghi Tu Duan she just felt she walked for a very, very long time. It was unclear if this feeling was referring to this section of stone path, or the period of time she and Chu Zhanwu were together. When she stepped into the temple gate, the incense smoke was still as thick as before. Right at the start of the new year, there were many people coming to the temple to pray for blessings. Nghi Tu Duan bought a few incense sticks and candles, then followed her old habit, offered prayers. She placed the large incense stick into the incense burner in the middle of the courtyard, then again went into the main hall. As if predetermined, she again met the young monk from the other day who had helped her ask for a divination lot. The young monk's grey monastic robe was thicker by one layer. He still clasped his hands and bowed to her. Miss Nghi, we meet again. Hello, Master. Nghi Tu Duan smiled and replied. It's been a few months since we last met. I wonder if Miss Nghi has found that fated person yet? The young monk's question stunned Nghi Tu Duan. So he still remembered the last time she asked for a love divination lot, and was asking her if the divine guidance was effective or not. She lowered her EY. Yes, smiled bitterly. Master really has a long memory. The young monk said that day in the temple there were only 2 visitors offering incense. Miss Nghi is an outstanding person, naturally, this poor monk remembers very clearly. Coincidentally, that day the other visitor also asked for a fortune stick. Coincidentally, he picked exactly the same stick as Miss Nghi, so this poor monk remembered it even more deeply. After hearing those words, Nghi Tu Duan froze. In her mind, the image quickly appeared that day there were only 2 people asking for fortune sticks. One was her, so wasn't the other person Chu Zhanwu? She still vaguely remembered his back as he left, his tall, cold, and upright figure. Actually, even if it wasn't such a coincidence, anyone who saw him would also be deeply impressed. The young monk said that Chu Zhanwu and she had drawn the same fortune stick. These words kept repeating in her head, until she drove down the mountain. They still wouldn't fade away. Could it be that there truly was a divine arrangement? But how could so many coincidences happen? While lost in thought, the car had already driven back to Tam Tui Bay. The servants in the villa still remembered her. Everyone greeted her respectfully, no one stopped her. She went straight to Chu Zhanwu's room, then stood blankly for a long time in front of the door. As if guided by something, she walked to the bedside and opened the first drawer of the bedside table. That divination slip with tea. He highest blessing, still lay silently there. Chapter 65. All are his retribution. Nghi Tu Duan didn't know how to describe her mood at this moment. The time they spent together wasn't long, but the affection she gave out was as if they had been together for 10 years, so to say she wasn't sad was false. She didn't understand why Chu Zhanwu suddenly said goodbye to her. The hidden things in between made her completely unable to find a clue. Actually, she could guess that perhaps Chu Zhanwu was in trouble, but she didn't like the way he pushed her away when something happened. Having decided to be together, they should bear it together, face all difficulties together. They were no longer children, she also didn't need to be protected in this way. If, being together, they couldn't overcome challenges together, then breaking up was only a matter of time. Yet at this moment, looking at the fortune stick in her hand, she suddenly regretted having left so resolutely. Remembering when the young monk interpreted the fortune stick for her, he said it was the old man under the moon bringing destiny, good things were coming. It was on the very day she met Zhou Can Wu. Afterwards, in the short time between them, so many things had happened. Nghi Tu Duan always unconsciously leaned on him, trusted him unconditionally, just like the first time he saved her in Los Angeles. When by his side, Nghi Tu Duan always felt an inexpressible sense of security. Thinking of this, the next morning she went to Namen temple again. The incense smoke still billowed, the monks endlessly received the stream of people coming to offer incense. Nghi Tu Duan quietly walked through all the shrines in the temple, lit incense before every Buddha statue where one could pray for peace, for good fortune. After that, she specifically sought out a monk, took out an exquisitely carved peace jade, and earnestly asked the monk to consecrate it for her. This peace amulet has the clear and pure quality of jade. It was the type of glass blank she had once bought in Tanlan, then had someone grind into a peace amulet because she wanted to give it to Zhou Can Wu as a Valentine's Day gift. It was just that she hadn't expected the incident to come so quickly. The monk went to invite a Dharma master to perform the consecration ceremony. At this time, pilgrims were too numerous, so all the masters were busy. Nghi Tu Duan had to queue quite a while before it was her turn. After consecrating the peace amulet, Nghi Tu Duan went to pray again, hanging her wish onto the wish tree, glowing red with ribbons. Having done all that, she then set off to return. Nghi Tu Duan inherently believed in Buddhism, but had never done such things before. At most, she would periodically go to the temple to pray for blessings, light incense. Although there were many temples in Hong Kong, she only trusted Namen Temple. If Namen Temple had brought her this fated connection, then it would also be able to help her preserve the peace and happiness of that connection. Arriving back at Deepwater Bay, Nghi Tu Duan walked into Zhou Can Wu's room familiarly, then placed the recently consecrated peace amulet along with the divination slip into the bedside drawer. After that, she left that place. The red ribbon carrying her wish gently swayed on the top of the wish tree, flying softly with the wind, merging into countless other wishes. Before leaving, she had sincerely prostrated herself in prayer, praying before all the deities with one wish. If they could not walk the entire long road of the future together, then Zhou Can Wu, may you be healthy and safe. She did not know if the deities had heard her prayer. The days thereafter passed peacefully, and she also did not try to seek any news from the mainland anymore, as if everything had returned to its original trajectory. Nghi Tu Duan began to take on new work. Recently, Hoalu sent her quite a few scripts, including both supporting and main roles, but this time, most were female lead roles. She considered for a moment. With Nghi Tu Duan's current experience and acting ability, playing a female lead was not stressful at all. Her popularity was also sufficient. As long as the script was somewhat good, she could completely break through, firmly standing among the ranks of A-list stars. Coincidentally, she had also just taken on a supporting female role in a drama film, Quan Noyet Kai. This was a very perfect transition step. After finishing filming the previous movie, she had read continuously for several days but still hadn't chosen any satisfactory script. Scripts now were all too formulaic, almost stereotypical. Nghi Tu Duan looked at them to the point of aesthetic fatigue, almost wanting to give up, until her gaze stopped at one script. The director's name was very familiar. It was precisely the person who had directed the film that helped her win the Best Supporting Actress award. Unexpectedly, this time she was sent a female lead role. Nghi Tu Duan was somewhat astonished and touched. This director had a personality quite similar to hers in the entertainment industry. She had never chased traffic or trends, but only made films according to her own preferences. Moreover, she was extremely strict in acting. Even someone of Nghi Tu Duan's caliber had been scolded quite a bit when filming that movie. She quickly skimmed the script's content, and very quickly decided to accept the role. But Hoalu offered a different opinion. Have you really thought it through? Actually, I don't really encourage you to take this film, because the female lead's initial image is a bit too sweet, not very suitable for your real-life image. Moreover, now the market already has too many types of female leads like that. If the broadcast effect is not good, it might even backfire. Nghi Tu Duan thought carefully about her words and then seriously replied. Isn't it precisely by challenging themselves with all kinds of roles unsuited to them hat actors can truly display their abilities? And such a female lead image, precisely because it is too common, needs an even better visual impression to win back the audience's favor. Can I understand you to mean that you don't trust my acting ability? Or should I continue to take supporting roles to hone my skills further? Hearing her say that, Hoalu immediately panicked and hurriedly apologized. That's not what I mean, Tu Duan, everyone can clearly see you're acting, there's no debate about that. I'm just worried that this film is too challenging and the audience will have negative reactions. Nowadays, social media public opinion isn't as friendly as it used to be, you know that. Nowadays, most of the audience follows trends, just a slight slip-up and they will be ripped to shreds. Hoalu's concern was not without reason, but Nghi Tu Duan was a stubborn person. Since no one believed it, she wanted even more to prove it to them. Without any hesitation, she typed 2 words into the chat box, accepted it. Moreover, she had previously collaborated with this director, so she knew clearly that he truly had a deep understanding of acting, always perceiving and developing characters from the audience's perspective. Even if she went off track in her performance, she believed that the director would promptly guide her back to the right path. Precisely because she understood clearly, she trusted absolutely. The Guangdong branch of Ta Corporation officially declared bankruptcy. This news was even featured in the financial section, and Ta Huin also learned about it from the newspaper. He immediately called Ta Ap, but no one answered on the other end of the line. Finally, someone answered on the 5th try. Ta Huin was somewhat anxious. What's wrong with you lately, son? No news at all, you don't answer the phone, and you don't reply to messages either. If you truly cannot sustain it, then just let go. The corporation won't collapse just because of one branch, no one forces you to succeed at all costs. Don't put such great pressure on yourself. If you can't hold on in Guangdong, then come back. The other end remained silently still. Ta Huin worried that he had spoken a bit harshly, hurting his son's self-esteem, so he hurriedly softened his tone. It's all right, life inherently faces many hardships, and as a man, you cannot be defeated by a little setback. Come home, Dad and Tu Duan are both waiting for you. Ta Ap at this moment was curled up on the floor, huddled alone in the apartment. Hearing Ta Huin's voice through the phone, 100 emotions welled up in his heart. His chest felt as if it were on fire. He raised his head, tears flowing down and wetting his sideburns. After a long while, he managed to suppress his emotions. Gritting his teeth, he softly replied, "Yes." Hearing his son's voice, Ta Huin then let out a sigh of relief on the other end of the line. After that, he also didn't remember what else he had said because Ta Ap did not reply, and in this situation, Ta Huin also didn't want to say too many comforting words for fear of hurting his son even more. Finally, he hung up. Ever since knowing Ta Huin was the culprit who caused that year's accident, Ta Ap was always in a state of being a lost soul, and no longer had the mind to manage company work. Although he knew behind everything was Chu group acting, wanting to resist also had no effect. Once Chu Zanvu had decided to act against him, then collapse was only a matter of sooner or later. But the matter of Ta Huin suddenly burst upon him, causing him no longer any strength to resist further blows from Chu group anymore. The incident at the company had occurred for several days. Ta Ap was still holed up at home, around him scattered full of wine bottles, his entire self like falling into an abyss. Ta Huin in Hong Kong worried for his situation, feared leaving him alone like that something would happen, so called Nghi Tu Duan to immediately buy a plane ticket to come see the situation. Only within a few hours, Nghi Tu Duan followed the address on the phone to find his house, pressed the doorbell for a very long time but no one answered. When she thought he was not home, then the door suddenly opened from the inside. Nghi Tu Duan immediately pushed the door and rushed in. The person inside did not have time to react, was pushed down to the ground by her. Seeing the situation in the room, Nghi Tu Duan frowned full of discomfort. The smell of wine and cigarette smoke rushed straight into her nose. The room was pitch dark, only weak light from the desk lamp on the tabletop helped her recognize the layout. She reached out her hand to turn on the ceiling light. The sudden light caused Tri, who was lying on the ground, to uncomfortably close his eyes, bringing his hand to cover his eyes. Just a little failure and ended up like this. Are you still worthy of being my older brother anymore? Nghi Tu Duan with one kick kicked away the wine bottle next to him, tried to suppress her anger, pulled the person on the ground up. The image of the man was terrible to the extreme. Messy hair, many days without shaving, his gaze looking at her also only knew to avoid. He truly had been severely hit. Nghi Tu Duan squatted next to him, grasped his shoulder, almost yelled out. Try. Look at yourself. Do you treat my and Dad's trust like this? Just encountered a little matter and already collapsed, then what do you take to confront Zhou Can Wu here? Hearing this, Try, as if having poked a trigger point, immediately pushed her away, his tone full of sarcasm. Do you know that he is eliminating me? Is this your revenge? Revenge? Nghi Tu Duan froze, completely did not understand what he was saying. She had never dipped her hand into the business matters between him and Zhou Can Wu. This matter was also said by Zhou Can Wu himself on the day they broke up. Tri's words now were just unreasonable slanders. What are you say? Ing? You act well, truly an excellent actor indeed. Do you dare to say you don't hate me at all? Don't hate Dad at all? That's right, I am precisely that weak type. I cannot be as strong as you, knowing that someone had killed your biological parents and still smile and talk and call him Dad. In his drunkenness, Tri uttered full of bitter words. He had known the truth. Nghi Tu Duan stood frozen in place, her ears buzzing as if there was a roaring sound. It turned out he already knew. It turned out all this time he hadn't contacted Ta Huin. It turned out he thought Zhou Can Wu taking him down was to take revenge for her. She trembled, raising her voice. When did you find out? Did Nana tell you? Tri opened his eyes with difficulty, sneering. So you admit it? It has nothing to do with Zhang Man Na. I saw it myself on your phone. Zhang Man Na absolutely would not speak out this matter, because more than anyone else, she didn't want this family to break apart. She truly loved Tri and Nghi Tu Duan. Nghi Tu Duan was silent, letting Tri burst into laughter like a madman. You hate me, don't you? All this time I wronged you. The one who truly deserves to die is me. I truly don't understand what I was thinking back then anymore. If only at that time I had continued to hate you, it would have been better. Damn it, why did I like you? It's truly retribution. Chapter 66. With what qualification? As soon as the words ended, one side of Tri's cheek immediately felt a fierce burning pain. A slap landed directly on his face, making him stunned on the spot, silently staring at Nghi Tu Duan. He only saw her tightly furrowing her eyebrows, her eyes cold and full of anger. Listen to what the hell you're saying? Nghi Tu Duan thought he was just drunk and talking nonsense, and wouldn't take it to heart, but still couldn't help but give him a slap to make him sober up. Look carefully at who I am. Tri, with his head heated by the alcohol, his eyes suddenly welled up with tears, displayed a self-mocking smile. I'm very sober. He knew clearly what he was saying. Even when he sobered up the next day, he would not regret any words he had uttered today. A long time ago I realized an unlucky girl followed by a comet like you. Why do you always show me so much goodwill? Even though I said harsh words again and again, you never got angry. You waited for me to come home to eat, waited for me to finish work. I'm not your biological brother, so why can't I like you? As soon as he finished speaking, another slap landed on his face, yet on the man's face was still a faint smile. He raised his head, a tear silently rolled down, mixing with the bitter smile on his lips. This was the true Nghi Tu Duan. She gnashed her teeth, full of fury. Because I always considered you family. Try, what are you thinking in your head? She didn't expect this matter to affect him so strongly. The man who had always been calm and refined now became like he was crazy. When he said those words the second time, Nghi Tu Duan only then believed it was true. And the third slap that landed, the force of her hand was also significantly stronger, as if wanting to pull him out of the dark abyss of chaos. Try leaned back onto the sofa, not feeling at all disgraced. Emotions suddenly settled, he softly said. I know, it's just that I feel life right now is too terrible. Anyway, it's already completely messed up, adding a bit of sugar, maybe when swallowing it will feel a little more pleasant. I don't mean to ruin our relationship, it's just that suppressing it for too long makes one uncomfortable inside. If you truly love Zhou Can Wu, then be with him. As long as you don't disdain me, I will forever still be your older brother. If the company collapses, then let it collapse. Years ago the Ta family owed you, you can take revenge however you want. Anyway, I no longer have the strength to resist. His gaze was dull, looking at the ceiling. The person who was once so brilliant and refined now seemed like a soulless corpse. He thought if Nghi Tu Duan truly wanted to take revenge on him, he wouldn't mind at all, even wanting to personally give her the knife. Truly he had gone mad. Nghi Tu Duan felt a suffocating breath in her chest, but facing someone who seemed to have lost their reason, she couldn't get angry, only able to take several deep breaths to calm herself down. I have never instructed Zhou Can Wu to do anything to your company. Even if I wanted to take revenge, would not rely on others, much less use such despicable tactics. Try, you still look down on me just like before. She wanted to reclaim justice for her parents, but had never thought of doing it in such a despicable way. Right from when she started investigating the truth, Nghi Tu Duan had been determined once the truth was found, she would definitely bring the culprit to light through legal channels. From the moment I stepped into the Ta family, you never truly considered me family. My parents are gone, all I have now is simply living off your family. You don't understand me, from the marrow of your bones you look down on me. We originally don't belong to the same world. What right do you have to say you like me? Nghi Tu Duan was not wrong. Try had been a high and mighty young master since childhood, deep down always looking down on everyone around him. It was just that he knew how to hide that arrogance with the facade of a shrewd businessman. In truth, Nghi Tu Duan was also like that. She also disdained many people, but she would never hide it. She was always frank, cold, and resolute, just like now. Those malicious intentions you directed at me are truly not worth me expending effort to take revenge. The things you keep thinking are so terrible, in reality, no one cares. For example, when he proactively showed goodwill towards her, thinking it was pity from a superior. But in reality, when Nghi Tu Duan chose to reciprocate with kindness, that was the true pity, pity from the very person he once most disdained. It wasn't that she didn't care about those hurts, it was just because she had received too much kindness from Ta Huan that she didn't want to lose another family. That's why when facing family, she always endured. Initially, when she saw Try change, she had truly been happy because this family finally had a semblance of what she had once wished for. But at this moment, she found it amusing. It turned out that all that time, nothing had changed at all. When Try suspected that Nghi Tu Duan was taking revenge, she had clearly understood that all previous efforts had been in vain. Try fell asleep on the sofa. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't carry him back to his room herself, so she went to find a blanket to cover him, turned the heater up to the highest level so he wouldn't catch a cold, and she herself slept in his room. This apartment was where Try bought when he first arrived in Hozhang, a small single apartment with one bedroom and one living room. Because it was only intended as temporary lodging during work, he didn't think anyone else would come to live with him, so he didn't choose a very large unit. Previously, he had thought that once everything here stabilized, he would buy a larger apartment or a villa, so the whole family could live together later. Who would have thought life would be so ironic? The living room curtains were not fully drawn, daylight shining. Ji-in caused Ta-ap try to wake up. His head was aching like a hammer blow. He stood up to draw the curtains, then turned his head and saw the bedroom door tightly closed. Recalling what happened last night, he bowed his head and sighed. Stealthily pushing the door open, the girl was lying soundly asleep on his bed. He didn't make any sound, quietly returned to the living room and sat down. His left cheek stung painfully. He hurriedly took a mirror to check, only then seeing the slap mark was less red but his face was still swollen. He had completely taken 2 slaps, so painful that all last night he dared not open his mouth to make even one sound. In his heart, he muttered, blaming Nghi Tu Duan for laying hands without any mercy. Even for the second one she didn't bother to switch sides. Now his face was asymmetrical on both sides. He tried to gently touch it, immediately grimaced, clenched his hand. The pain was unbearable but he still had to force himself to hold it in. The scene from last night still appeared vividly before his eyes, Nghi Tu Duan's words as if still echoing in his ears. She was right, he truly had no right to love her. The door to the room behind him gently opened. He turned back with swollen cheekbones. Nghi Tu Duan saw it and immediately couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ta-ap cleared his throat, raising his hand to cover his face. You slept so soundly, but only threw a blanket to me? Nghi Tu Duan coldly replied. Not throwing you down from upstairs is already lucky. If it were before, she would absolutely never say something like that to him. It seemed something had completely changed overnight. If you're awake, then go home yourself. She scratched her head, yawned widely, then went into the bathroom to wash her face. Unexpectedly, his house even prepared a set of disposable toiletries. He explained that they were prepared to bring to the company to use, because there were days when. Ta-ap stood up and asked. Aren't you going home? Nghi Tu Duan hadn't even had time to reply, he already nodded to himself. Oh, that's right, you still have a boyfriend in Hojong. She didn't want to mention the breakup, afraid it would make him lose control again. I still have work, you just go home by yourself first. Ta-ap thought she was making an excuse, but also didn't press further, obediently buying an afternoon flight ticket to return to Hong Kong. Before leaving, he also invited her to eat lunch. After several months of not meeting, Ta-ap returned home with a feeling as if the scenery remained but the person was gone. On the way back from the airport, he thought a lot, not knowing how to face Ta Huin. It turned out knowing that his biological father was a murderer was so painful. When he met Ta Huin again, he froze, not knowing whether he should approach. Xia Xian proactively hugged him into his embrace. He didn't move, his heart in turmoil. His father thought that he hadn't overcome the shock, then pat his shoulder and comforted him with a few words. From past to present, he had always been a father who loved his children, an exemplary father. Could it be that all of it was just the mask of a cruel, cold person? But if it was fake, then how could he act to that extent? If Xia Xian truly was the culprit, then one cannot but admit he was indeed very cunning. Underscore 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 underscore. Nic Yun didn't lie to Xia Yiqi. She truly had work to do in Hujiang because she had accepted a new movie script, so she made an appointment to meet director Lin Chang. Coincidentally, the director was also traveling here, and upon hearing that she agreed to take on the female lead role, immediately invited her to a meal. That afternoon, Nic Yun arrived on time at the restaurant the director had booked, accompanied by Ding Ding and Hua Li. As soon as she stepped into the private room, she discovered that the entire room was filled with women. The director and the producer were both women. The two of them had exchanged some brief words before Nghi Tu Duan arrived. "We meet again, my wonderful female lead." As soon as Lin Chang saw Nghi Tu Duan, she excitedly rushed over and gave her a tight hug. On the way, Hua Li had revealed a little, hearing that the director originally didn't intend to film this movie because she hadn't found a suitable female lead. Later, she suddenly thought of someone who could convey the soul of the character, then decided that if that person agreed to accept, filming would come. NCE immediately. Although previously, when cooperating, Nghi Tu Duan had caused the director to NG quite a few times, among the cast of actors of the same era, she was still the most all-around talented person. In Lin Chang's eyes, Nghi Tu Duan was precisely the only female lead. If she didn't take the role, this script would be shelved. Everyone sat down and began discussing the script. Hua Li asked if the director had chosen the male lead yet. Lin Chang clapped her hands and laughed. "The male lead has also just been confirmed." They asked who the co-star was. I said it was Si Yun, and then they immediately agreed. "His name is Zhengshu Qiao." To be honest, Si Yun probably knows him too because you two used to be with the same company. As soon as Nghi Tu Duan heard the male lead's name, she hadn't even reacted yet, but Hua Li and Ding Ding simultaneously changed expression. The two of them said nothing, continuing to discuss the role and script with the director and producer. After eating, Nghi Tu Duan pulled Ding Ding to the restroom, conveniently asking quietly to see who this Zhengshu Qiao really was. Ding Ding widened her eyes. "Don't you remember? Zhengshu Qiao is precisely the person from back then, when you first came to the mainland to attend a dinner party, got drunk, and almost mistakenly gave the wrong room card, almost got caught in that unspoken rule. That's him." Nghi Tu Duan raised her eyebrows, trying hard to recall. "Is that his name?" She was looking intently down at the floor, when a pair of shiny black leather shoes suddenly appeared in her line of sight. She froze, just as someone beside her softly called, "Hello, Mr. Chu." She startled and looked up, immediately meeting the man's cold gaze. As if there was an invisible destiny entwining them, no matter where, what time, they always met each other like that. Nghi Tu Duan wanted to act as if she didn't see and walk straight past him, but when the two people were abreast, her ear rang with a low voice carrying a teasing intent. "Under unspoken rules? Miss Nghi also has such a debauched past." These sarcastic words she had heard too much, but when they came out from Chu Zanvu's mouth, she felt an unspeakable discomfort. She did not answer, coldly brushing past his shoulder. The man's heart pulsed, his hand clenched tightly into a fist, trembling but not daring to turn his head to look at her. Since proposing the breakup until now, Nghi Tu Duan had never said another word to him. Just now he spoke so sarcastically, he thought with her temper she would react with a few words. Unexpectedly she didn't even bother to open her mouth, just silently left. Just if she scolded him a few words, that would also be fine, at least he would still feel less uncomfortable. But she did not do that. Chu Zanvu wondered to himself, whether it was true that for this entire life she also did not intend to speak with him anymore. Chapter 67 Little Mischief. When they went to the restroom, Din Din softly asked, "Sister Tu Duan, did you and General Director Chu argue?" The atmosphere when the two people met just now was very strange. Nghi Tu Duan, with a cold face, had left without saying a word. Clearly the situation was not good at all. "It's nothing at all," Nghi Tu Duan calmly replied, turned around and went straight into the toilet stall. Clearly she did not want to discuss anything about this matter. Indeed, she also did not expect to meet Chu Zanvu in circumstances like this. In the daytime at the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan had just browsed the internet for a while. On the financial page there was news about Ta Corporation, and the entertainment page was entirely topics related to her. She only skimmed through it, mainly saying that because she had once offended Chu Zanvu, it had implicated her family, causing her family's company to be suppressed by Chu Corporation. It's unknown where this news leaked from, but netizens discussed it as if it were real. I told you so, a personality like Nghi Tu Duan's, something would definitely happen. Now she has brought disaster upon herself. Had thought the rumor that she offended General Manager Chu was fabricated by netizens, unexpectedly Xie Group truly encountered trouble. It seems that rumor is also not groundless. Now the urgent matter is that Nia Xiyun should quickly and publicly apologize to General Manager Chu. Now only a branch has collapsed, by the time the parent company also collapses, it will be too late to regret. The rumors sp. Read quickly like a storm. Actually, the matter of the branch failing in operation is not a big deal, but because it involved Nia Xiyun, it only then caused turmoil in the entertainment industry. Even some true fans sent private messages into her private inbox, advising her that she should quickly apologize to Chu Zanwu, afraid she would be blacklisted. Going out to wash her hands, Nia Xiyun looked at herself in the mirror and found it amusing. She would rather that everything truly was because she herself had offended Chu Zanwu. That way would be even more comfortable than having to strain herself to endure this mental pressure. When she returned to the private room, everyone had also nearly finished eating, and was preparing to pay and leave. The studio's car was already waiting outside the door. Nia Xiyun thought for a moment, then decided not to let them take her back. The things that had happened recently were too many, let alone Xie Yiqi being about to collapse. She herself also felt she could no longer hold on. Standing in front of the car door, she hesitated for a moment, but she still decided to tell them to just go back first. She turned around and hailed a taxi, told the address, and just a few minutes later had arrived at the place. Here there was a very discreet small bar. Previously, she heard Shen Jiuli say that the boss here was very good, frequently welcomed artists, so there was no fear of being secretly photographed. She pushed the thick, heavy metal door. Inside, a gentle Western-style melody resounded. The bar counter still had empty seats. She walked over and sat down. The bartender, wearing a uniform, handed the menu to her. "What would you like to have, miss?" Nia Xiyun glanced at the menu. She rarely drank alcohol, so she was not familiar with the names of the types. She then immediately returned the menu. "Just mix me a glass, that's the house specialty." "Do you want strong alcohol or light, miss?" "Not too strong, I can't handle heavy alcohol." "All right, please wait a moment, miss." The bartender turned his back to get liquor from the shelf, and began to mix according to her request. Nia Xiyun attentively watched his movements, his steady hand shaking the shaker. Although she did not understand those elaborate techniques, they surely all had their reasons. The drink was served quickly. She took a sip. The bartender asked how it tasted. She nodded. "It's not bad." The aroma of the drink was fragrant and rich, yet the taste was refreshing and cool, not too harsh, largely a fruity taste. The alcohol seeped in slowly afterwards. Nia Xiyun sipped in small sips, was leisurely enjoying it, when a voice suddenly rang out beside her. "Miss Nghi?" She vigilantly turned her head, only to see a young man with a handsome appearance, his gentle eyes smiling at her, and he enthusiastically greeted. "It is indeed you, Miss Nghi." Nghi Tu Duan looked at him full of doubt. "Who are you?" The young man was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You don't remember me? I am Trin Thursday Kyo." After saying that, he also lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear, adding one more sentence. "Last time you even gave the room card to me, remember yet?" Nghi Tu Duan. This matter truly cannot end easily, can it? Seeing her complexion was not good, Trin Thursday Kyo smiled radiantly. "I know at that time you didn't mean to, just joked a little. You're not angry, right?" "Yes." Trin Thursday Kyo also didn't expect her to be so blunt like that, his smile immediately stiffened. But thinking back, it is said that Nghi Tu Duan originally is the straightforward type of person. He even thought that was just an image built by the company, who knew in real life it was also exactly like that. He retracted his smile, raised his wine glass to apologize to her. "It is I who am wrong, I apologize to you." May Miss Nay be magnanimous and not hold it against a petty person. After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed a shot glass. It seemed to be pure vodka. Oh right, Miss Nay, this is the first time you've come here to drink alcohol, isn't it? Trin Thursday Kyo finished drinking, then pulled a chair closer. It seemed like he intended to chat more with her. Nghi Tu Duan held a straw in her mouth, did not turn her head back, only indifferently asked. How do you know? Only heard him chuckle. Because I frequently come here to drink. I've never seen you come before. Zheng Shuqiao was a few years younger than her, still carry. The characteristic pure look of a university student. When he smiled, his smile was radiant like sunlight. Back then, the two of them jointly signed a contract with Fong Pham Company. Now, Ni Siyun had terminated her contract, while he was still an artist of the company. Oh, that's right, has Director Lin told you yet? Soon we will be collaborating on a new film project. This fellow was truly talkative, full of chatter like a sparrow chirping non-stop by her ear. Ni Siyun furrowed her brow and rubbed her forehead, turning her head to glance at him. Seeing the innocent smile still on his lips, the harsh words suddenly could not be spoken. After a while, she only asked one question. Where is your hometown? Zheng Shuqiao saw that she finally agreed to talk to him, and joy showed on his face. He again drained another shot glass. My home is in Macau. Back then, we signed contracts together with Fong Pham, don't you remember? Ni Siyun lightly nodded her head, then again fell silent. Zheng Shuqiao still continued chatting, while she only mumbled a few perfunctory replies. Before long, the glass of wine in her hand was empty. In a secluded corner far away, Gao Zhen secretly took a photo and then sent it to Zhou Zanyu to report. Sir, Miss Ni is drinking at the bar on Shanghai Road. It is unclear if the man beside her is her friend. At this moment, Zhou Zanyu had still not left the restaurant. Ming Yi just finished paying and returned, lowering his head to look into his ph. 1. What are you looking at so intently? Oh, secretly tracking your ex-girlfriend, huh? Zhou Zanyu sked, then glared and glanced at him. Do you know who this fellow is? He took out his phone to let Ming Yi see. In the photo, only half of the young man's profile face could be seen. Ming Yi initially also didn't recognize him, but looking closely at the clothes he wore, he slapped his forehead. It seems to be Jia Li's friend. Previously, I drank with them at this bar. It's the bar on Shanghai Road, right? What's he called? Ming Yi thought for a moment, then suddenly understood his intention was asking the young man's name. It seems his name is Zheng something. Zheng Shuqiao, I think. He's also a person in the industry, heard he's with the same company as Siyun. No wonder they went to drink together, the entertainment industry is truly small. After hearing, Zhou Zanyu immediately furrowed his brow, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. Unspoken rules? Min Deep was stunned. Huh? What did you say? Chu Zanvu did not reply, only turned around to put on his vest. I'm entrusting you with a task, now go there to bring her back, don't let anything happen. Geez, you're not kidding, are you, Chu Zanvu? Why would you make me pick up your ex-girlfriend? With the current situation, aren't we rivals? Are you sure you want me to go? Min Deep and Chu Zanvu, the two corporations, Min Group and Chu Group, had recently been tense like water and fire in the eyes of outsiders. They were brothers betraying each other. Originally, they even intended to fully play the role of strained affections, but who knew that today Chu Zanvu suddenly invited him for a meal, and now was even asking for help with picking up his ex-girlfriend. He truly didn't understand what he was thinking. Chu Zanvu lowered his voice and threatened. If you can't do it, then tomorrow Min Group stock will drop by 10 points, you can consider it yourself. You. In business matters, no one could contend with Chu Zanvu. Having no other way, Min Deep could only grit his teeth, pick up the car keys, and glare. You're really something. From here to Thuong back was not far, only a few minutes later he arrived. Upon entering, Nghi Tu Duan had already slumped her head on the bar counter and fallen asleep. Trin Thursday Kyo was struggling to shake her awake. Sister Tu Duan, what's wrong with you? Wake up, let me take you home, where do you live? It seemed she had drunk quite a lot. Despite repeated calling, she wouldn't wake up. Min Deep stepped forward and pulled him away a little. Trin Thursday Kyo stumbled a few steps, then raised his head, recognized who had arrived, and immediately smiled brightly. Brother Min, did you also come here to drink? Where's Jai Li? Min Deep raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Trin Thursday Kyo immediately complied and kept quiet, then saw him bend down to shake Nghi Tu Duan. Tu Duan, wake up. Brother Min, are you also acquainted with Sister Nghi? Trin Thursday Kyo blinked and asked curiously. On second thought, Jai Li and Tu Duan were friends, so it wasn't strange for them to be acquainted with Min Deep. But Min Deep didn't bother to reply, directly hoisting her onto his shoulder, intending to leave. Trin Thursday Kyo hurriedly rushed to block him. Where are you intending to take her? Min Deep looked at him, feeling a bit of a headache. This kid was truly troublesome. Take her back to where she should be. Do you know where she lives? No need for you to care. Why no need? Sister Nghi is my friend, I must be responsible for her safety. Don't you dare take her away. He also seemed to have drunk quite a lot, still unsteady on his feet, yet still worried about others. Min Deep helplessly burst out laughing, turned back and called the two brothers Chao Chan, Chao Nia over, told them to hold Trin Thursday Kyo tightly, then carried Nghi Tu Duan out of the bar. He placed her into the back seat of the car. She was soft and limp as if boneless, lying still and motionless. Min Deep got into the car and asked her where the hotel was, but Nghi Tu Duan was so drunk she was unconscious, basically unable to hear anything. He sighed, truly tormented to death by these two people. Stepping on the gas pedal, the car drove towards Two-Man Villa. As soon as Chu Zhenwu opened the door, he saw a person being shoved into his arms. Why bring someone here? Min Deep said irritably. If not brought here, then where to bring her? She's so drunk. She can't even say a word. Could it be that I should bring her back to my own home? She even vomited all over my car. It's a new car, I only drove twice. Remember to buy me a new car to compensate me later. Chu Zhenwu looked at his murderous expression and chuckled softly, bending down to cradle the girl in his arms, carrying her bridal style. You've been troubled. Min Deep sighed, mumbled a few curses then left. Chu Zhenwu carried her into the bedroom, carefully wiped clean the stains on her body, changed her into nightwear then carefully covered her with a blanket. He quietly sat by the bed looking at the girl sleeping soundly, reached out his hand and gently stroked her face, saying softly. Little mischievous one. Chapter 68. No need to manage her. The night gradually deepened, perhaps because she had drunk alcohol. Nghi Tu Duan's sleep tonight was especially peaceful. In her dream she smelled a familiar scent, her nose lazily rubbed into it, but then she was suffocated for a long while. She uncomfortably turned her head to look for a new current of air, but no matter how she tried to escape, it was all just dead ends. Not knowing how long had passed, she only gradually regained her breath, then plunged into a deep sleep without dreams. That night, even the dreams were sweet to a strange degree. The next morning, her mind hazy, she opened her eyes. The familiar scene struck her eyes, making her suddenly wake up. Turning her head to look, there was no one beside her. Doubt rose in her heart. Why had she woken up at Chu Zhenwu's house? But she completely couldn't remember what had happened last night. She only vaguely remembered at that time she was chatting with Trin Thursday Kyo, chatted for a while then began to snatch the vodka from his hand to drink. She shook her head, felt an intense ache. Her throat was also dry and parched as if drained of water. Wanted to call someone, but the words reached her mouth and choked back. Down the stairs, she was still wearing last night's pajamas. With yesterday's state of utter drunkenness, she certainly wasn't sober enough to change her clothes herself. Obviously someone had helped her do that. When she stepped onto the last stair, before her eyes suddenly appeared a white expanse. Dao Du joyfully wagged its tail, its glistening black eyes watery as if saying finally, "You're back. Miss Nei, you're awake?" Hearing the call, she turned her head. "It was the housekeeper in the villa. Sir instructed me to cook hangover soup for you. They'll warm it up a bit and then bring it out for you to drink while it's still hot." Nghi Tu Duan froze for a moment, slightly nodded, a little embarrassed. "I've troubled you." Waiting for the housekeeper to bring the soup to the table, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Where is Zhou Can Wu?" "Sir already went to the company early this morning." She silently nodded, picked up the bowl of soup and took a sip. As soon as it entered her mouth, the internal wound was stung so much that she softly cried out, "Sit." The tip of her tongue touched the inner surface of her lip. She clearly felt a deep tear. "Miss, do you know where Zhou Can Wu slept last night?" "Sir came out from the living room this morning." The housekeeper didn't know they had broken up, only thought that the two of them were angry with each other, so they slept separately. The private matters of the homeowner she was not convenient to interfere in. She only replied according to the truth. Nghi Tu Duan lowered her head. The feeling of emptiness in her heart gradually grew. In fact, when she woke up and discovered she was in Zhou Can Wu's room, in her heart she already had a little joy. But when she turned her head and that familiar, cold figure was not there, it again made her feel a pang in her heart. They had already said goodbye, then why still care about her life and death? Last time after drinking wine was also at his house. He even personally brewed tea for her to drink, even though she didn't like that bitter, astringent taste, but now remembering everything felt like it just happened yesterday. After drinking the bowl of soup, she stood up wanting to leave, then asked the housekeeper, "Where are my clothes?" "Your things from yesterday were dirty, I just finished washing them." She completely didn't remember having vomited yesterday. Fortunately, in Zhou Can Wu's house there were still many of her clothes. Last time she left for Hong Kong she didn't bring anything with her. She returned to the Rue M, changed into a set of clothes, then quietly left Du Man Villa. In another place, Zhou Can Wu had just left the meeting room when he received news that Nghi Tu Duan had left Hojiang. Confirming she had left safely, he turned off his phone screen, his gaze straightforward as he walked into the elevator. "Is there any other schedule?" Tan Du stood one step behind him. "Work related to Ta Group and Min Ao Corporation has almost been handled. In 2 more days there is still a negotiation with Min Ao." This was the last important knot. According to Min Deep, if the negotiation results were not favorable, the old man of the Min family would directly turn hostile, bringing out all assets to confront Chu Group until both sides suffered losses. But that was also Min Ao's last chance to turn the situation around. And if Chu Group agreed to concede some items that had previously caused Min Ao to compensate due to breach of contract, afterwards both sides could still continue to cooperate in peace, and simultaneously would permanently dismiss Min Hong, agreeing for him to divorce Chu Yuyan Truck. The elevator tinged once, reaching the basement. Zhou Can Wu remotely pressed to unlock the car. Tan Du ran ahead to open the door for him. Vin Tam Tui reported that Miss Nei had previously visited the manor once. When? The very next day after she returned to Hong Kong. The car left the basement. Zhou Can Wu turned his head to look out the window, his tone unruffled. "No need to me. ND her, if she wants to go then let her go." This was the first time Zhou Can Wu met Chu Trongqiu again after Ta Group's branch collapsed. He was playing chess with someone else in the Great Hall. When he saw Zhou Can Wu walk in, the other person immediately stood up to yield the spot. Chu Trongqiu raised his head to glance at him. "Once you've come at just the right time, come finish this game of chess with me." Zhou Can Wu sat down opposite, his legs casually crossed, not bothering to mind anyone lighting a cigarette. "Not in the mood." "What's wrong? Was your recent business trip to America not smooth?" His words were as if they were just a normal father and son, without any complex emotions or calculations. After Nghi Tu Duan left Hojiang, the next day Chu Zanvu went to Qin Chao to attend his best friend's bachelor party. The day after that he immediately flew to America for a business trip, leaving for 2 days to handle some urgent matters. The business trip was merely the excuse he gave to the corporation, yet Chu Trongqiu knew about it, proving that even if the villa was blockaded, he still had a way to gather information from outside. Chu Zanvu narrowed his eyes slightly. Your old eyes truly miss nothing. I've said it before, you are still too young. If you were willing to learn more from me, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. He feigned concern like a devoted father, which truly made Chu Zanvu feel nauseous. Ta group has been resolved, so are you satisfied? Ow. Still not enough. He stared intently at the chessboard, playing chess with himself. Wait until the negotiation with Min Ao is over, then I will withdraw all my subordinates. Afterwards Hojong will be your dominion. As long as that vixen doesn't come back to seduce you, I can peacefully enjoy my old age. Rest assured, even if I die, she shouldn't hope to be by your side. The two father and son spoke bluntly. Chu Trongqiu's hostility towards Nghi Tu Duan was clearly laid bare. Initially, Chu Zanvu did not yet fully understand the meaning of that last remark. 2 days later, Min Deep arrived at Chu Corporation as a representative to negotiate with Chu Zanvu. This negotiation was conducted in private, the entire process and result only known by the representatives of both sides. The two of them were in the meeting room for 3.5 hours, those outside were all anxiously waiting, curious to know what was happening inside. After 3.5 hours, Min Deep, his face gloomy, stepped out of the meeting room, all eyes turned towards him. The assistant spoke up asking for the negotiation result. He said not a word and walked quickly towards the elevator. The result was already too clear. Only when Min Deep and his group left, Chu Zanvu then stepped out from the room. Tandu came forward and asked, "Sir, do you need to go to the manor?" "No need, he knows himself." Chu Zanvu, his gaze somber, walked without looking back. "How is the matter I told you to prepare?" "It has been prepared." After the negotiation between the two corporations, that night all Min Ao employees had to work overtime. Low-level employees did not know what had happened, only knew that the leaders suddenly held an urgent meeting and instructed that if they did not want to be unemployed then in the next few days they must work with all their might. Some were happy, some were sad. That evening Chu Zanvu went to the manor in the forest. Chu Trongqiu after knowing the result then burst out laughing contentedly, and even invited him to stay and eat. During the meal he laughed heartily without any restraint. "Truly worthy of being my son, indeed knowing what is important. Whether with brothers or women, to be able to do this then I believe entrusting Chu Corporation to you is indeed not wrong." Chu Zanvu, sitting opposite, still had not touched his chopsticks, looking at him expressionlessly. "I am very curious about one thing." "Speak." "The manor has been blockaded by me. How did you manage to contact people outside?" Chu Trongqiu today was in a good mood, and was not afraid to speak the truth. Anyway, in his eyes, everything was over. Min Ao could not possibly turn the tables against Chu Corporation. From now on in Hojong, Chu Corporation would be the overlord. He no longer had anything to worry about. Then calmly opened his mouth. "You know, in Hong Kong previously there was an underground jade market. They possessed a type of communication device that did not need a network and could still connect with people very far away, and now that device is in my hands. Although for 3 years I have never left this dark place, but my eyes can still see very far." When he said this, his face was full of self-satisfaction, as if that device was invented by himself. Chu Zanvu coldly looked at him. "So your original goal was just that batch of devices, and that priceless jade did not enter your eyes?" Chu Trongqiu heard the hidden meaning in his words, then let out a cold laugh. "Trying to set me up? That batch of devices I took entirely legally. Don't think about slandering me anymore." "It's fine, it's alright if you don't speak, there will be someone who will make you open your mouth." His expression suddenly changed. "What do you mean?" As soon as the words ended, a group of people wearing uniforms entered from the door. "Chu Trongqiu, you are suspected of being involved in a case of intentional murder. Please come with us." Zhou Can Wu, what do you mean by this? Reporting the police to arrest your own father, you are truly a greatly filial son. I raised you this big, you repay me like this? Chu Trongqiu, while being led away by the police, was shouting and cursing his son. That batch of communication devices was found in his room's secret chamber and was confiscated for investigation. Throughout all these years, Zhou Can Wu never thought Chu Trongqiu would have this trick, almost believing he truly possessed heaven-reaching abilities. Breaking through the blockade to contact the outside. If he hadn't investigated deeply, he wouldn't know how much longer he would remain at large. 20 years ago, during a project inspection trip in Hong Kong, Chu Trongqiu met the Nghi family couple. He not only secretly investigated and found out that the owner of the underground jade market named Phi was also Nghi Tu Duan's mother, but also knew her father possessed a special technology. For personal gain, a money grubber like him had plotted and schemed, leading to a series of events. To clear all suspicion, he bribed many parties, and if anything was discovered, he had already prepared Ta Huin to take the fall as a scapegoat. Chu Trongqiu was cunning and insidious after that year's incident. He did not put the jade market under his own name, a hot potato. Whoever took it would be deemed guilty. Unexpectedly, Ta Huin also dared not accept it, and ultimately the case was concluded as an accident. The case, seemingly buried for 20 years, was ultimately brought to light. Police sirens echoed in the dark night, and Zhou Can Wu tiredly sat leaning back in his chair. He had brought the culprit to justice. Would that be considered an atonement for Nghi Tu Duan? He pondered thoughtfully, if he brought the whole truth to meet her, would she be able to forgive him? He turned his head and said to Tan Duwei, book me a plane ticket. Chapter 69. Want to meet you. The news that the former CEO of the Chu Group, Chu Trongqiu, was arrested on suspicion of intentional homicide quickly spread across the internet. Recently, Nghi Tu Duan rarely went online. Most of the information was recounted by Din Din. The very next day, the arrest of Chu Trongqiu occupied the entire front page of newspapers. On the internet, a wave of criticism against the Chu family also flared up. The stock of Chu conglomerate plummeted uncontrollably in just one day, and everyone related to Chu Trongqiu was implicated, bearing the brunt of public opinion. The person most heavily affected was Zhou Can Wu. At noon, Nghi Tu Duan clicked on the link Din Din shared. The official news report announced that Chu Trongqiu was under investigation due to his involvement in a traffic accident that occurred in the Hong Kong area 20 years ago. A chain of evidence provided by an anonymous person led the police to quickly arrest him. That name she had heard before was Zhou Can Wu's father. Seeing it was related to the accident in Hong Kong, Nghi Tu Duan immediately became tense. The case did not reveal details netizens only knew roughly. The incident had occurred 20 years ago, and no one knew which exact case this news report implied. But those who knew the story were very sensitive to the two words accident. Nghi Tu Duan was speculating whether it was the accident that claimed her parents' lives or not, when her phone vibrated twice, indicating a new message. Zhou Can Wu, I want to meet you. Her finger reacted even faster than her thoughts, immediately clicking on the chat box. Nghi Tu Duan's heart suddenly seemed to stop beating. The most recent message between the two was more than a month ago. The breakup without explanation left both of them suffering to exhaustion. Until now, Nghi Tu Duan still did not know the real reason Zhou Can Wu broke up. During the time apart, she had thought of countless possibilities: that it was because he took action against the Ta family's company, that he discovered his father was a killer, or that he felt guilty towards her and was therefore forced to break up. But no matter what unavoidable reason it was, she also could not accept it. Leaving Huzhong, she once thought she would never see him again. However, before her eyes, there was still a truth that needed to be clarified, so she did not ignore that message. Where are you? Zhou Can Wu downstairs. Nghi Tu Duan's chest trembled slightly. She flusteredly ran out of the room downstairs. Aunt Fuck saw her rushing and thought there was something urgent, so she reminded her to remember to bring an umbrella when going out because the weather forecast said it would rain this afternoon. She hastily waved her hand. "I'll go out for a bit and be right back." She frantically slipped on her shoes and rushed out of the door. Outside the gate, the man wore a dark blue suit, his person permeated with a cold aura. He leaned against the fence, the toe of his shoe rested against the base of the wall, the ground scattered with cigarette butts. He had clearly been standing and waiting for a very long time. Nghi Tu Duan tried to adjust her breathing. "When did you arrive?" "Just arrived." He lied. His fingertips still clutched a cigarette not yet fully smoked. As soon as he saw her, he immediately let go of his hand. The cigarette fell to the ground. He walked straight towards her, opened his arms wide intending to hug her, but she stepped back half a step, avoiding that embrace. He took the earliest flight of the day to come here, not even having had time to go home. As soon as he got off the plane, he immediately ran straight to wait for her, turning his phone on and off countless times, opening the chat window for a very long time but never daring to send a message. Her originally peaceful life was broken by him. Zhou Can Wu was always an arrogant person, yet at this moment he felt deterred because of the girl he loved. "I have something I want to ask." Her voice was calm, carrying no emotion, like when the two of them first met. She distantly called him Mr. Chu. His throat moved slightly, he proactively stepped back. "Yes." "Is Chu Trongqiu the culprit who killed your parents?" "Yes." "You already knew?" Zhou Can Wu hesitated. "Yes." She received the answer, her face still expressionless. Zhou Can Wu stared at that face. The cold, distant gaze made him afraid. From childhood to adulthood, even though he had lived in constant dread of being monitored by Chu Trongqiu's people, he had never felt as tense as at this moment. She was excessively calm, so calm to the point that it seemed the next second she would turn around and walk away, never turning her head back again. He wanted to reach out his hand but was afraid of startling her. He didn't dare to make a move for even a second. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Tu Duan." Seeing her not flinching, he then continued to speak. "Do you blame me? Give me a reason to not blame you." A ladle of cold water poured straight onto Zhou Can Wu's head, his throat choked up, unable to say a word. "That's right, what reason does she have to not blame him? It was him who said goodbye, it was him who caused the Ta family's company to go bankrupt, it was him who destroyed her peaceful life. He is exactly the cause of everything, so then what right does he have to ask for forgiveness?" Nghi Tu Duan silently looked at him, seeing his chin sparsely bearded, a look of fatigue clearly etched between his eyebrows. 1 month of separation made the man before her eyes completely change, from inside out. She didn't understand why he changed like that. His prolonged silence made Nghi Tu Duan angry because of this taciturnity. Clearly, if only he said one sentence, she could forgive him. Disappointment surged, she turned around intending to leave. But the car just approaching made her stop. Ta Huin and Ta Ap came home from work. Just stepping down from the car they already saw the heavy expressions of the two people in front of Th. Gate, then curiously got out of the car. "Mr. Ta, long time no see." Ta Huin stepped next to his daughter. Towards this man he could not develop any good feelings. Ta Ap followed closely behind, just seeing Zhou Can Wu already angry to the point of wanting to curse and swear, but was stopped by Nghi Tu Duan raising her hand to block. "Mr. Chu, in the house no more rice was prepared, please go back." The unfamiliar way of addressing was like a sharp blade stabbing straight into that man's heart. The scene of 4 people at this moment recalled the scene once seen in Macau. That day was also a meeting like that, but the surging momentum of Zhou Can Wu at that time, now nothing was left. Now facing them, he is the only culprit who can be brought out to criticize. When still at the company, Ta Ap also already saw the news. In the first moment he immediately associated it with his mother's accident of yesteryear, hurriedly rushed into Ta Huin's office to ask about everything clearly. Only now did he know Ta Huin actually also didn't clearly know the truth. It was just that year he had known a person named Chu Trongqiu, but completely did not know he was exactly the CEO of Chu Group in Hojiang. After the accident, he also like Ta-ap Tri was immersed in endless sorrow. The police concluded that it was an unintentional accident. He did not suspect anything further, even less did he expect himself would become a scapegoat carrying the sin for others. Only until hearing the news Chu Trongqiu was arrested, Ta Huin just suddenly remembered there once was such a person appeared in the past. At this moment facing Chu Zanvu, the two father and son were united in indignation, hated that they couldn't chop him into 10,000 pieces. When Nghi Tu Duan told Chu Zanvu to leave, she had not yet had time to step forward then already heard Ta-ap Tri angrily shout out, "You still have the nerve to come find Tu Duan? The calamities your family caused for my family, still not enough? Your father already killed a relative of me and Tu Duan, you also destroyed my family's company, now also want to come harm my younger sister once again? What did my family ultimately do that you must pursue to the end and exterminate like that? Brother, don't speak anymore, let's go into the house." Nghi Tu Duan turned her head, pulled Ta-ap Tri's hand back. Seeing Chu Zanvu, the person always proud and arrogant, now became a target for everyone to vent their anger, in her heart as if something choked up. These sins, inherently should not be borne by him. Chu Zanvu still stood motionless in place, silently listening to the scolding, not retorting, nor backing down, as if willingly accepting everything. Nghi Tu Duan pushed the two father and son into the house. Ta-ap Tri still grumbled incessantly. Only until they were at the dinner table, his gaze swept to her, he couldn't help but get angry. You clearly know he is the son of the enemy yet still went to meet him, still defended him, still wanted to be with him. Nghi Tu Duan, are you that foolish? Ta-ap Tri. Hearing his son curse, Ta Huin angrily threw his chopsticks onto the table, looking sternly at him. You can scold that Chu, but why vent your anger on your own sister? Is that how our Ta family teaches you? Do we teach you to use those words to scold your own relatives? Ta-ap Tri knew he had misspoken, so he bowed his head and fell silent. Facing him, Nghi Tu Duan also with a cold face placed her chopsticks onto the table, looked up at him, in a calm tone. I'm sorry. Ta-ap Tri had no choice but resentfully placed his chopsticks down as well. I'm sorry. The atmosphere of the meal immediately became heavy. Ta Huin looked at the photo of his deceased wife hanging on the wall, then turned back to his daughter Tu Duan. Are you dating that young Chu man? She did not deny, yes. Hearing her father's heavy sigh, the pressure weighing heavily in Nghi Tu Duan's heart deepened further. Tu Duan, before, Daddy already spoke to you about romantic relationships, both Daddy and your brother dislike him. You must also know that our two families originally have very deep grievances. You want to pursue your own happiness. Daddy does not object, but Daddy hopes the person you choose is someone both Daddy and your brother can accept. As for that young Chu man, please let go of him. Nghi Tu Duan clenched her fists tightly under the table, her eyes gazed intently at the dish in front of her. Aft. Hearing him finish speaking, she seriously turned to look at her father. Daddy, I understand everyone's worries, but I think this matter is not Chu Zanvu's fault. He doesn't even know about the grievances between the two families, just like that, to lay blame on him, isn't that too unfair? Tu Duan, Daddy knows you are in love, therefore all your thoughts lean towards him. But no matter what, our two families cannot live in peace with each other. Daddy, I also don't want to hide it anymore. If the news of Chu Trongqiu committing murder was not announced, then soon the person arrested by the police would be Daddy. Her voice was calm, but those words made Ta Huin stunned, completely not understanding anything. Conversely, Ta-ap Tri was the one who knew a little clue, in a fleeting moment realized her intention, hastily stopped her. Nghi Tu Duan, are you crazy? But she did not stop because I always suspected my parents' death was not an accident, so I secretly investigated for a long time. Finally there is a result. Father, guess, who is the culprit? Ta Huin glared at his daughter, his lips trembled, unable to utter a word. I have investigated for a very long time, but could not find anyone else. Only until the news was released, did I become certain, if Chu Trongqiu was not arrested, I would definitely hand over the chain of evidence I hold to the police. That is a complete chain of evidence that I have reviewed countless times, almost impossible to overturn the verdict. CT. If father was arrested just because of that, wouldn't it be very unjust? If Chu Trongqiu's crime was simply allowed to fall upon Chu Zanvu's head, then for him, wouldn't it be too unjustly suffered? Father, do you know who investigated the truth then sent an anonymous complaint? It's Chu Zanvu. He was the one who reported his own biological father. Ta Huin asked incredulously, how do you know it's him? On the news it only said an anonymous person provided evidence, even Chu Zanvu hadn't told her. But Nghi Tu Duan understood clearly. She pursed her lips and smiled bitterly because that is Chu Zanvu. I understand him. Daddy, I'm sorry for having doubted you. But the death of my parents has always been a knot in my heart, so no matter who caused it, I will not let them escape punishment, and fortunately that person is not you. Fortunately, Chu Zanvu had investigated and found out. It's just a pity, it turned out to be his own biological father. Nghi Tu Duan also didn't know why a feeling of grievance welled up in her heart, her nose bridge was stinging, and tears were about to gush out. Perhaps she was hurting on behalf of someone, but she didn't want to easily forgive him. After all, everything had become clear, so. Chu Zanvu, our future is still long. Chapter 70. Ni Sarah. The car accident had happened 20 years ago. The police needed to verify from many sides, simultaneously coordinating with the Hong Kong police force to investigate. During this time, Chu Tr. Ong Kio was temporarily detained at Hojiang Detention Center. Chu Corporation was heavily affected by the case. Not a few employees successively resigned from work. Many high-level executives, hearing the news that Chu Trongqiu was about to go to prison, all thought that Chu Corporation's time was over. Everyone was worried about the future. As for Minao Corporation, after the previous negotiation, they had mentally prepared to fight to the death in a battle, but this battle was originally a losing gamble. Yet the next day, Chu Trongqiu's incident occurred, as if heaven was also standing on their side. For several days straight, Min Deep worked overtime continuously, not only regaining the projects lost before, but stock prices also soared. In just one night, Minao Corporation had become the leading enterprise with no rivals in Hojiang. After that battle, the old master of the Min family also changed his view of Min Deep, announcing at the board meeting that he would officially transfer all remaining shares to him. Through the board's vote, Min Deep officially became the new CEO of the corporation. After returning from Hong Kong, Chu Zanvu seemed completely unaffected by this incident, still going to work on time every day. But only Tan Du knew how difficult his life was every day. The company's situation was increasingly going downhill, yet he didn't care, only focusing on handling the immediate tasks. Looking on, it seemed no different from before, but Actually, it was not like before at all. Not long after, the company welcomed an uninvited guest. Ever since he obtained shares of Chu Corporation, Ta Ap Tri almost did not appear at the company anymore. Later, the more busy he got with his own family company's matters, the more he couldn't be seen anywhere. That day, the company held a board meeting. Ta Ap Tri made a rare appearance. As soon as Tan Du announced the start of the meeting, a voice from the door rang out, "Wait a moment." Ta Ap Tri, wearing a branded suit, proudly stepped into the meeting room, a haughty smile on his face, sat down in the nearest empty seat, and said, "There aren't enough people yet, why have you already started?" Only Chu Zhenyu maintained a composed look, lightly tapping down on the tabletop. "Bring General Director Xia a copy of the meeting documents." Qin Rui, although unhappy in heart, still followed the instruction, reprinting a copy of the documents. This meeting did not proceed very smoothly. In the company, everyone who heard the news Xie Yi returned all guessed that he was taking advantage of the group facing trouble to return to seek revenge. Rumors spread chaotically, back and forth talk made people uncomfortable, the number of people requesting resignation also increased day by day. In another place, the last time Nic Don met Chu Zhenyu, she then bought a flight ticket to America. On the film crew's side, they were still in the stage of forming a new team, at least one more month until filming starts. She wanted to take advantage of her free time to go somewhere. Since the terrorist attack back then, Nghi Tu Duan had not returned to LA for 10 years. This place was still covered in memories she dared not recall. Throughout the past 10 years, she even rarely went to the sea. That dark shadow forever could not be chased away, yet after Zhou Can Wu appeared, she unexpectedly wanted to try to confront it, overcome it. In LA for 1 week, Nghi Tu Duan finally gathered all her courage to go to the beach where the incident happened back then. The car stopped by the road. She looked out at the vast beach through the car window. Her chest still couldn't help but tremble due to emotion. The sunset light descended like the blushing cheeks of a girl, carrying shyness, embarrassment that made people's hearts flutter. 10 years passed. This beach was once again crowded with tourists. Happy laughter had replaced the mournful screams of that day. The yellow sand grains were shone upon by the afternoon light, sparkling with pink light. The sea surface sparkled with colorful floating buoys. Step by step, one step at a time, Nghi Tu Duan entered the beach. Her nerves were taut like a violin string, making her unable to distinguish whether around her were screams or laughter. Only the peaceful scene before her eyes could tell her now, this place is very safe. The bar by the shore was still open. Its signboard and exterior were not much different from 10 years ago. She walked along the shore, stood in front of the bar's door, hesitating for a very long time, then pushed the door open and stepped in. Soft music echoed beside her ear. The scene before her eyes made her stand blankly in place. The 4 walls inside the bar were hung full of her posters, all corners were all her photos. After the terrorist attack, no one of the staff of that day was left. She also did not know who the owner of the bar was now. Could it be that a crazy fan of hers had bought back this bar? But how could it be such a coincidence? How could that person know she had come here 10 years ago? She had only entered the profession for 7 years. At that time, how could anyone know her? Glancing around once, inside the bar, all seats were full. Only one empty table remained, precisely the table where 10 years ago she had once sat. She walked straight to it. Only that table, on its tabletop, still had a photo frame placed, also a photo of her. Nghi Tu Duan felt strange. In her heart, curiosity began to arise about this place. She had just intended to find the bartender to ask about the matter, when behind her echoed a perfectly standard English voice. "Excuse me, miss, this spot does not serve customers. Can you sit at the bar counter?" She turned her head back. Before her eyes was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man wearing a waiter's uniform. He was briefly stunned when he saw her, reflexively looking at the photo placed on the table. They were not too sensitive to Asian faces, feeling everyone looked the same. But Nghi Tu Duan's features were very special. In a crowd, one look and she could be recognized immediately. Nghi Tu Duan asked, "Why does this spot not serve customers?" "This is our boss' private spot, sorry miss." Could it be that the owner is really her fan? And so coincidental to the point of choosing exactly the table she once sat at? She hadn't even had time to ask further. The bartender already spoke up. "May I ask, is the person in the photo you?" Nghi Tu Duan paused for a moment, then shook her head, denying, "I only resemble her." "Indeed, very similar." He led her to sit at the bar counter. She casually ordered a glass of wine. Her heart still full of curiosity about this bar, decided she would get to the bottom of it. Nghi Tu Duan received a tissue from the bartender's hand, wiping her hands as she asked, "Who is your boss?" "We don't really know much, he very rarely comes, only know he is Chinese." "Then why hang so many posters in the bar?" "I don't know clearly either, I only heard some old staff say, that is the person the boss cherished." Cherished? In her heart, an answer vaguely appeared, then she continued to ask, "How long has this bar been open?" The bartender brought the glass of wine she ordered, replied, "More than 10 years already. I heard that 10 years ago a shooting incident once occurred here. The bar was almost torn down, but the boss bought this place back and kept it as is until now. That seat, for 10 years straw. It only the boss had ever sat there. Nghi Tu Duan found it hard to believe. How could it last for 10 years? Are you sure it's 10 years? The bartender hesitated slightly, smiled and replied. I can't be sure, our manager said so. He has worked here for 10 years already, surely knows clearly who the boss is. So is your manager here? Nghi Tu Duan impatiently asked, she was very eager to know the truth. But sometimes, the closer one gets to the truth, the more distant it feels. The bartender shook his head, said the manager was not around lately. Nghi Tu Duan, disappointed, lowered eyes, drank wine. But just as she lifted her head, she suddenly saw on the wine shelf behind the bartender, right in the middle, was a bottle of wine with a label printed with an extremely large letter N. Excuse me, what kind of wine is that bottle? The bartender turned his head to look, took the wine bottle down and introduced. This is our boss' private blend, named Ni Sarah. The words just finished, Nghi Tu Duan's mind as if exploded. In her heart she was almost certain, the owner of this bar was Zhou Wu. But she still did not have absolute proof. Just then, the bartender looked out the door, said. Oh, our manager is back, if you have anything you want to ask you can ask him. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head to follow his gaze. A man with long hair was walking towards her. As soon as he saw her he froze, not waiting for her to open her mouth he already asked. Excuse me, are you Miss Nghi, R? Aight? This time Nghi Tu Duan did not deny it. She nodded her head, asked directly. The owner of this bar, is Mr. Chu, right? That's right. The manager respectfully nodded to her. Didn't expect Miss Nghi to visit, they didn't disturb you, did they? She welled up with tears, shook her head and said no. Her mind was as if filled by shock, looking around at everything surrounding her, she didn't expect Zhou Wu to hide such deep feelings. The manager led her down to the basement, a familiar scene appeared, she carried a nervous mood and stepped into that space. The layout was still exactly like 10 years ago, on the wine shelves stacked with precious wine bottles. Deep inside was a display cabinet, exactly the spot that year marked her miraculous survival. The cabinet door was opened. Inside it was no longer empty as before but was filled with film discs that she had participated in throughout 7 years since her debut day. The manager told her, he also once escaped death in that year's terrorist attack. The person who saved his life, was Zhou Wu. After that he once sought out Zhou Wu to repay him, but the other party did not accept anything. On the contrary, when he knew he had no place to rely on, not a penny in his pocket, Zhou Wu had arranged a job for him. After the case ended, Zhou Wu bought this bar, made him the manager. The bar still maintained normal operations until the 3rd year. Zhou Wu suddenly began to hang posters in the bar, all were photos of one person. At first he thought that was a female celebrity whom Zhou Wu admired, using this method to promote her. Until one time, Zhou Wu sat at his private seat drinking wine, while hanging new photos and chatting, he then knew that person was the one he liked. Buying this bar back was also for her. This was the place the first time the two met. Nghi Tu Duan quietly listened, her heart like battle drums resounding, fierce and rapid. She had never known that Zhou Wu had secretly loved her for 10 whole years. No wonder, when she had just discovered his identity and went to find him, he then said, I still remember everything. So it turned out the one who forgot was her, and the one who waited was him. 10 long years, he still quietly waited for her to return. Nghi Tu Duan could not describe the emotions at this moment, only felt her throat as if tightened by an invisible hand, unable to breathe. She hurriedly left the beach, caught a car back to the hotel, booked the earliest flight to return home, because she could not wait another single moment. When arriving, she did not find this road long. But when returning, each second again seemed to stretch endlessly. The world seemed to slow down, Nghi Tu Duan sat in the car. The memories of the two people together one by one appeared in her head, tears fell non-stop, the pain in her heart thus grew steadily. She once thought, in this relationship the person hurt was herself. But it turned out, there was still always one person who loved her to the core, secretly following every emotion of hers. Because he feared her heartbreak, so even though he recognized her, he also did not reveal his identity. Clearly, waiting is the most tormenting thing, yet he still said, "Anyway, we have already met again." Thinking of him having to force himself to break up in a calm appearance, remembering the moment she resolutely left, then the reunion not even bothering to say a word, Nghi Tu Duan felt herself truly cruel. Because he wanted to help her take revenge, he had personally handed over his biological father to the police. Just because that father was a murderer, again made him lose his pride in front of her. Her heart as if pierced through by thousands of needles. But she had no right to complain, because the one who hurt more was him. Chapter 71 I Will Forever Love Him. After finishing packing her luggage at the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan again hurriedly ran to the airport without resting for a single second. Downstairs a taxi was waiting ready. She without thinking anything immediately stepped into the car. Driver, to the airport. Her mood forever still could not calm down, her eyes followed the scenery outside the car door but her mind again drifted to the very shore on the other side of the ocean. She took her phone out to check the time, exactly at the moment she bowed her head, her eyes accidentally caught sight of the driver's face reflected in the rearview mirror. Her breath immediately stopped. Why is the taxi driver in America again a person with an East Asian face? She secretly opened her phone out to locate, discovering this completely was not the road to the airport. She panicked, squeezing tight the door handle, opening her mouth to ask in Chinese. "Driver, where are you from?" The driver only glanced at her once through the rearview mirror, not replying, still intently driving the car. The stranger carried along potential danger. She swallowed saliva, requesting the driver stop the car. Who knew the driver as if not heard, completely ignoring her. Nghi Tu Duan was certain she herself had fallen into a dangerous situation, immediately taking her phone out to call the police. She did not know who the opponent's identity was, nor was clear about his purpose, even more did not know what she herself was about to face. She only still had the way to request the fastest help from the nearest place. The car plunged into a deserted alley without a single human shadow. Exactly when the driver opened the car door and stepped down, she also hurriedly pushed the door and rushed out. The call to 911 had just connected. She still had not yet managed to speak up then already was by a person covered tightly her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The smell of anesthetic from the handkerchief immediately caused her to lose consciousness. Vision became blurry, her two soft limp knees buckled down to the ground. The whole family knew that recently Nghi Tu Duan was traveling in America. To ensure safety, every day Tri and Ta Huin all received photos she sent back. But today, until the very moment they finished work, the two father and son still did not receive any message from her. They took turns messaging to ask about her but no one replied, calling also no one picked up. Tri asked Ta Huin if he had received any messages or calls from Nghi Tu Duan. Ta Huin replied, "I was still going to ask you, Dad, I haven't seen any news from her all day." One sentence immediately made the two people's nerves tense like a string instrument. Tri did not hesitate to call Chu Zanvu, his voice full of worry. "Today has Tu Duan messaged or called you?" Chu Zanvu was asked until bewildered, because from after their breakup in Hong Kong they had not ever contacted again. He did not understand why Tri again asked like that. "We broke up already, from then until now she has not contacted anything at all." "Broke up?" Tri showed a surprised expression. "When did the two of you break up?" "More than 1 month ago." Chu Zanvu at that time was going down to the parking basement preparing to go home. "What's wrong with Tu Duan? Can't contact her?" Knowing even Chu Zanvu also couldn't contact her, Tri's heart was burning like fire. She went traveling to Los Angeles a week ago. These past few days all reported her itinerary to us, but today then completely no news. Calling also no one answera. I'm afraid she met with trouble. After hearing this, Chu Zanvu's thick eyebrows furrowed tightly, immediately turned around returning to the elevator. She went alone? Yes, she said she wanted to go relax a bit. Try also vaguely heard Chu Zanvu's voice on the other side let out a curse word, but at this time he no longer had the mind to care about that, only hoped to quickly confirm Nghi Tu Duan's safety. During the conversation, Chu Zanvu had returned to the office on the highest floor. To his ear came his urgent voice. Tan Du, immediately locate Miss Nghi's phone, investigate her itinerary today, and the last place the signal appeared. Tan Du at that time had not yet finished work, saw the boss return with a serious expression, then guessed for sure a big matter had occurred, without hesitation then immediately returned to his desk to look up. At the same time, Try hung up the phone finished also did not sit still, he contacted everywhere to find out Nghi Tu Duan's whereabouts. Only took about 10 minutes, Chu Zanvu's side had sent over the itinerary report. She returned to the hotel from early morning, not long after again left. The itinerary was very chaotic, the last stop was a port, the phone signal stopped there already several hours. Over there now is midnight, there is no reason a girl would stay at a deserted dock overnight. If everything was normal certainly she would have contacted her family. Chu Zanvu began to feel uneasy. He immediately dispatched people in Los Angeles to investigate, found out that it was a cargo port specializing in transport overseas, completely no reason for a girl to appear in a place like that. Unless. In the office, Chu Zanvu also had begun to panic. He was certain Nghi Tu Duan was no longer in Los Angeles, but then did not know where she had been taken. That port every day could depart hundreds of cargo ships, without any clues then could not determine which ship she had been put on. The signal lost contact already several hours, currently her life or death is still unclear. Chu Zanvu forced himself to stay calm to think, assigned people to investigate 3 ships leaving the port tonight. After one night of investigation only then had results 3 ships, going 3 different directions. 1 ship returned to China, 1 ship went to Vietnam, and 1 ship arrived at Myanmar. Matters often progress in the most terrifying direction. In his mind there was a place wanting to find answers, but at this moment, he could only wait. Wait then he could wait, but Nghi Tu Duan could not. At that moment on the distant ocean, Nghi Tu Duan's mind was spinning, her heavy eyelids opened, she was in a confined, pitch-dark space, her body swayed with each ocean wave, completely unclear where she was. Her hands and feet were tied tightly, she could not move. She didn't know if it was due to the effect of drugs or not, she could not make a sound, even her whole body had no strength left. Not far from there, seemingly outside the space where she was confined, she heard people talking, the sounds were very clear, but the language they used she completely did not understand. Outside, the sound of fierce waves echoed. Nghi Tu Duan guessed that she was currently out at sea, but she could not determine the specific location, much less call for help from outside. Because she had just discovered, all the electronic devices on her person had disappeared. She desperately closed her eyes, tears from the corners of her eyes soaked into her hairline, silently praying to the heavens, that she might return alive to her loved ones. Before the gate of Hojiang City Prison, Chu Zanvu had waited all night. As soon as he saw the gate open, he immediately rushed in to request a visit. When Chu Trongqiu was brought out, he was still leisurely whistling, seemingly having long guessed that someone would come looking for him. Seeing Chu Zanvu's gloomy expression, he burst out laughing. "My good son woke up this early to visit me, truly thoughtful." Chu Zanvu didn't bother to waste words. "Where have your men taken Tu Duan?" "TSK, what are you saying? Why do you always like to blame everything on me? I'm still imprisoned, you know, how could I kidnap your treasure? I beg you, tell me where she is." Chu Zanvu was almost frantic, his whole body trembling. Chu Trongqiu still calmly shook his head and laughed. Didn't I tell you already? If you keep this impatient temperament, then you will certainly die because of a woman in this life, and the Chu family will also be ruined. Chu Zhenvu now no longer cared about managing the company. If anything happened to Nghi Tu Duan, he was truly ready to let the entire Chu corporation be buried with her. It's fine, at least that disaster has been resolved. One sentence made Chu Zhenvu's mind immediately go numb, because it was truly Chu Trongqiu who had acted. He tried to suppress his anger, remain calm, and gently enticed. If you tell me where she is now, then by that time you might still be able to ask for a reduced sentence. But if there's a murder, then no one will be able to save you. Chu Trongqiu burst out laughing heartily. What are you saying? You don't have any evidence to prove that I harmed her. Besides, I'm almost dead anyway, what difference would a few more years of sentence make to me? You don't need to waste your efforts. Seeing that he absolutely refused to open his mouth, Chu Zhenvu almost collapsed. Just then, he received a message Tan Du had found the person who once worked for Chu Trongqiu and had now been apprehended. Leaving the detention center, Chu Zhenvu personally went to meet that person. It was an ordinary employee in the administrative department of the corporation, named Wang Lin. In the company, he was completely inconspicuous, but he held a lot of information. Chu Zhenvu had never interacted with him, but Wang Lin knew him well. Only after the interrogation process did Th. EY learn that he was merely an outwardly ordinary employee whose salary was privately paid by Chu Trongqiu. For the past 3 years since Chu Trongqiu was placed under house arrest, everything had been handled by Wang Lin on his behalf. Nghi Tu Duan's disappearance this time was precisely the last mission he carried out for him. Chu Trongqiu had anticipated that Chu Zhenvu would come back to settle scores, so he had long ago instructed Wang Lin that if anything happened to him, he should immediately act against Nghi Tu Duan. Unexpectedly, Wang Lin was true to his word to such an extent. Chu Zhenvu tried to extract information from his mouth, but he didn't know what Chu Trongqiu had instilled in his head, that made him so stubborn as to not say a single word. 24 hours had passed since Nghi Tu Duan disappeared, and on this side, there was still absolutely no news. As time passed, everyone was restless. Chu Zhenvu looked back at Nghi Tu Duan's itinerary report from the previous day. She had gone to the beach where the incident happened years ago, staying there for a very, very long time. The bar manager recounted that she had visited and asked many things related to him. It was said she stood crying in front of the record cabinet filled in the wine cellar. It's unknown if she had touched upon some pain. Recalling when Nghi Tu Duan had just disappeared, Ta Ap Tri angrily questioned him. The astonished tone when hearing about the breakup made him guess that for over a month now, she had never told them about this matter. Or perhaps, in her heart, they had never broken up. Ta Ap Tri recounted that day, after he stood outside the door and scolded him soundly, Nghi Tu Duan had gone back and told them many things. Ta Ap Tri and Ta Huin had both once misunderstood him, but Nghi Tu Duan said, Chu Zhenvu, he is very, very good, I love him. Even if everyone fears him, hates him, I will forever love him. Chu Zhenvu sat silently in his office chair, looking at the girl's photo on his phone. It was from that day she was completely drunk, brought home by Min Deep to his place, and he had secretly taken the picture. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, her face fair and pristine, beautiful to the point of making people envious. When she slept, she was very well behaved, not moving around restlessly, her breathing gentle, nuzzling her head into his palm like a clingy kitten. At that time, he couldn't help but raise his phone to secretly take a picture. He never expected that it would become the last memory remaining. That night, upon hearing the news that she had a secret agreement with the fresh meat, his heart felt as if someone was tearing at it, but he had no right to blame her. He could only, in the lonely darkness of the night, silently take her to collect interest. He kissed her lips, stealing her breath, angrily biting her lip until it tore, but ultimately still couldn't soothe the bitterness in his heart. That night, holding her in the It was the first time in nearly a month that he had slept peacefully. But as soon as dawn broke, he had left the bed, gone to the living room to doze off for a while, and then left immediately when it was time for work. His vision gradually blurred, his hand holding the phone trembled incessantly, he ran his hand through his disheveled hair, then buried his face in his elbows, his shoulders shaking. The man, steadfast as a mountain, at this moment, was huddled in a cold, dark corner, crying silently. Chapter 72 Hold on to your moon. Nghi Tu Duan had been missing for 36 hours. Zhou Can Wu handed Vong Lin over to the police, and at the same time persuaded Ta Ap to report the incident. After all, Nghi Tu Duan was also a famous star. A missing actress could very easily attract public attention, not to mention she also had quite a few fans abroad. If the power of the internet was utilized to call upon the community to search together, the effectiveness would be much higher. After discussing with Nghi Tu Duan's working team, everyone unanimously decided to appeal for help from the police and the public. In an instant, news about the famous actress missing abroad spread rampant across all social media pages. In less than a day, there was news about her all over the world. Some foreign netizens provided clues. I once saw an unfamiliar face at a bar near LA Beach. She looked very much like the girl on the poster hanging in the bar. At that time, I thought I had mistake her for someone else, not expecting it was really her. I hope she's found soon. Don't let anything happen. This actress is super beautiful. The hotel I stayed in was on the same floor as her. That afternoon when I returned to my room, I coincidentally saw her check out and leave by taxi. Based on the clues provided by netizens, Zhou Can Wu gradually pieced together the threads. He thought for a long time, looking at the stack of documents in his hand, that Tan Du had investigated the time to transport goods from America to Macau would take at least 20 days. If they didn't intend to keep her alive, then with such a long period of time, Nghi Tu Duan could not survive to reach the destination. More than 30 hours had already passed. If she was truly dead, then her body might have already drifted out to sea. Before, he had been too rushed, so he couldn't think calmly. Now, thinking along the worst possible scenario, there were only two possibilities: alive or dead. If she was still alive, where would the kidnapper take her? Vong Lin was Chu Trongqiu's subordinate. Based on his style of operation, he might not necessarily take a life. He only wanted to see Zhou Can Wu go crazy because he couldn't find her, which would then prove that everything he had once said was true. He would have guessed Zhou Can Wu's psychology, intentionally leaving all of Nghi Tu Duan's electronic devices at the dock. He also surely knew Zhou Can Wu would trace the export itinerary of that day, deliberately creating the impression that he had sent someone to hell. But thinking carefully again, Macau was a restricted area, and Chu Trongqiu was a cautious man. He would not be foolish enough to openly collude with that place. Therefore, there was a very high probability that Nghi Tu Duan was still in America. Zhou Can Wu closed his eyes, personally weighing the probability of this hypothesis. Only about half a minute later, he suddenly sprang up and stepped quickly out, calling Tan Du to the airport. The luxury car sped swiftly through the streets, driving straight to the Chu family's private airport. After Chu Trongqiu was arrested, the entire authority of the Chu family naturally transferred into Zhou Can Wu's hands. The first major thing he did after becoming the main heir was to mobilize the private jet, to go save the person he loved. At two ends of the world, two groups of people were urgently carrying out their own separate actions. Ta Ap heard that on that day, 3 cargo ships had left the berth at the port, and Nghi Tu Duan was surely on one of them. He worried to the point of going crazy, mobilizing all his connections to have people investigate in 2 other countries. Thinking of the cruelest place currently being Macau, and those who hated Nghi Tu Duan would certainly not let her live peacefully, the probability was very high that she had been taken there. He immediately set off, going alone to Macau, determined to personally bring her back. After arriving there, Ta Ap spent no small amount of money to bribe connections before he could enter the port. As long as Nghi Tu Duan's safety could be ensured, even if it meant bankrupting his family and losing all his property, he wouldn't care. After inquiring, it was only then known that that ship would take more than 20 days more to reach port. A period of time so long, would it still be possible to meet Nghi Tu Duan again? The past few days everyone was tense as a guitar string. Ta Huin in Hong Kong was also anxious to the point of maddening, everywhere asking for help searching for Nghi Tu Duan's whereabouts. As for Chu Zanvu, right when he arrived at Los Angeles the first thing he did was make a phone call. Tan Du didn't know who he called, but about 20 minutes later a convoy of luxury cars parked in front of the airport. From inside the cars stepped down was a group of men wearing black uniforms, wearing sunglasses looked very imposing. As he was wondering who these people were, also thinking he didn't know which important figure only then could have such a grand formation, he then saw Chu Zanvu walk straight towards the leader. That person respectfully called him boss, then invited them into the cars. Tan Du from behind watched with jaw dropped. He had followed Chu Zanvu for 6 years, never heard he had any power in America. Once in the cars, that group of people brought them to a high-rise building. Upon arriving, they saw the IGN Red Rainbow Group. Went straight up to the highest floor. Tan Du still hadn't collected himself, then saw Chu Zanvu talking with the leader. He didn't dare to get close so didn't hear the content clearly. Having cooperated not a few times with transnational enterprises, and also having gone with Chu Zanvu to America on business, Tan Du therefore knew very clearly what Rainbow Group was. This is the largest local security group, specialized in recruiting talents through boxing tournaments. Those who could enter here were all top fighters in the world. He suddenly remembered the photo circulated many years ago. Chu Zanvu stood on the fighting ring, stepping on a white fighter, eyes full of killing intent and bloodlust, completely different from his usual self. Tan Du stared stunned at the man in front of him, silently mourned for Chu Trongqiu. He probably also didn't know his son abroad still had an entire empire of his own. Not like ordinary enterprises, Rainbow Group is a combination between financial power and armed force, the difficulties that cannot be resolved in the world, to them just like trivial matters. When he collected himself, then in front of him had appeared a burly man, who spoke English to him. Mr. Tan, boss has prepared a special position for you. Having spoken immediately led him into another room. Inside was equipped with the most advanced equipment. The room full of people were busily working in front of computer screens. Looking back, Chu Zanvu was already standing right behind him, saying, "I only trust you. The investigation work is handed over to you. If there are any difficulties just tell them, absolutely must find her." Tan Du knew all these things were all for Nghi Tu Duan. He nodded, stepped forward and sat into the empty chair in the center. All work proceeded smoothly. From morning till night, the whole team didn't rest for a minute. Chu Zanvu still always stood guard in front of the door, preparing food for everyone, but as for himself, not a drop of water also hadn't drunk. The others saw him like that, also didn't dare to eat for long, only quickly filled their stomachs then immediately returned to work. No one had ever seen a boss like that, as though fallen into a deep abyss of despair, pouring out all his strength disregarding everything only to hold on to something that was slipping out of reach. Chu Zanvu's night was always tranquil dark expanses. As for Nghi Tu Duan, she was a lonely moon outside that hazy window frame. That moonlight was gradually fading, he must hold on to his moon. Another night passed, everyone still stubbornly held their positions, not missing any clue. They were in the enclosed office for an entire day, utilizing countless systems. Finally found it. Chu Zanvu immediately ran over. Tan Du then yielded his seat, saying Vong Lin's people, after capturing Ms. Nghi, took all electronic devices from her person. The last signal located was at a port, which is an import-export cargo transit point. They did not dare to act improperly there, so afterwards they changed locations. On the screen, Tan Du marked the signal's position. They changed many vehicles, finally determined to have left shore from southern port. The current location is this island. Ms. Nghi and those people are very likely there. License plates were hidden. the kidnappers continuously changed vehicles and took advantage of the city's complexity to evade cameras, completely concealing their movements. Fortunately, they were finally tracked down. Zhou Can Wu fixed his eyes on the blinking positioning marker on the screen, his eyebrows slightly raised. A deep voice softly echoed, "Make your move." Nghi Tu Duan was confined in a container. It was unclear how long she had been adrift at sea. Finally someone came in. She vigilantly asked who the other party was, but that person, without saying a word, roughly pulled her up and dragged her out. It had been too long since she had seen light. Suddenly encountering the sun made her eyes sting painfully. She reflexively turned her face away to avoid the sun. Tears immediately welled up. She was brought ashore by the group of strangers. She did not understand the language they used, only vaguely heard a few English sentences. Fortunately her ears were sensitive so she could still discern the content. It seemed they said, if that big boss could not return, then they would kill her and bury her with him, her corpse thrown into the sea. And if he could return, then they would keep her as a tool to threaten someone. This was an island, the path was rugged, her legs were shorter than the men's, and she had just been drugged so her physical strength was exhausted. She walked a few steps then fell again. Those people had no pity for her. Seeing her slow, they yanked her roughly. Fortunately, she wore long pants so scratches were limited, but due to continuous friction, her pants were torn to shreds. Just like that, she was dragged to a small house, then thrown into a room and locked in. Her light-colored clothes were stained with mud and blood, but she did not care about the pain on her body, but immediately observed her surroundings. The house seemed to be a mini-villa. The room she was locked in was empty like a bedroom, with only a single window looking out to sea. Her hands were tied behind her back. She struggled a few times but in vain. Pain made her only able to lean against the wall and sit down. If she couldn't escape, she had to conserve her strength. Just now she heard them say to wait for the big boss to return, and also intended to use her to threaten someone. She pondered carefully, feeling that the person being threatened was very likely Zhou Can Wu. But that big boss name, she could not possibly guess. Zhou Can Wu's enemies, she didn't know very well. The only person she remembered was Mr. Trung, whom he crippled in Macau, and his biological father, the person whom he had just accused and arrested. According to their words, if the big boss could not return, then she would be killed and buried with him. Thinking of this, she guessed perhaps that person was Zhou Can Wu's biological father. Now he was being detained for investigation regarding a murder case. The possibility of being released was very low. In any case, it was also because Zhou Can Wu personally submitted the evidence. Nghi Tu Duan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly wishing in her heart that Zhou would never return. Her parents' accident was the obsession that clung to her for many years. Now that the culprit had been found, how could she forgive? Furthermore, she also did not want to become a pawn for others to threaten Zhou Can Wu. If possible, she'd rather die than live. A few days locked in this room, every day someone came to bring food on time, but no one untied her. As for eating and drinking, she had to figure out a way herself. In the room there was no bed at night. She could only sleep on the cold ground. Her hands were tied, her body was not agile although no one beat her. These days were enough to wear down her strength. Nghi Tu Duan remained very resilient even though she was almost exhausted. She had never shed a single tear. Chapter 73 Don't appear again. Fortunately, nothing happened during that time. The next morning, Nghi Tu Duan smoothly arrived at the airport, completed the check-in procedures, and boarded the plane to return to the country. Why? In the afternoon, landing in Hujiang, she followed the plan to leave the airport from VIP Gate 2. Zhou Can Wu's car was already waiting outside. She, wearing sunglasses and a mask, quickly slipped into the car. Before the two of them could even speak, Nghi Tu Duan said in a cold voice, "Go quickly, there are lenses behind us." Zhou Can Wu glanced at the rear-view mirror, seeing a black car parked behind, two men wearing sunglasses holding cameras pointed towards them. Without hesitating for a second, he floored the accelerator and sped off. Nghi Tu Duan took off her mask and shawl, and at Chu Zanvu's word, called Qin Rui, seeing from the rearview mirror that the black car was still closely following behind. Although she didn't know who they were yet, they were definitely not ordinary entertainment reporters. She reported the situation to Qin Rui. The other end of the line said he would immediately dispatch people to assist. Chu Zanvu just kept driving the car around the city to buy time. Do you know who it is? Nghi Tu Duan placed the phone back onto the central console, carefully observing the movements of the car behind. If not reporters, then it was very likely his enemies or hers. Chu Zanvu tensely gripped the steering wheel, his nerves like taut strings, not daring to relax for a second. Just some old friends. Many years ago, they had also once chased him like that. Unexpectedly, even now, even though Chu Trongqiu had been controlled by him, there were still PEOP. Look continuing to pull strings from behind. He really had underestimated his opponents. Later, after we shake them off, you drive yourself home, okay? Can you do that? Chu Zanvu calmly instructed. Although Nghi Tu Duan was not clear about his plan, she still nodded. Okay, what about you? Tan Du will come to pick me up. You must ensure your own safety until I return, so don't go anywhere. Also, in the glove compartment there's a new phone, install the SIM so I can still contact you. Understood. The two quickly reached an agreement. The car wound on the road for 20 minutes, finally at an intersection, 3 cars suddenly sped out to block the middle of the road, stopping the black car behind. Chu Zanvu smoothly drove the car, turning into the inner city. Arriving at a small alley, he quickly got out of the car and let Nghi Tu Duan sit in the driver's seat. She didn't know why such a thing was happening today, nor did she know the purpose of the people following them, but she knew that at this moment, she absolutely could not hesitate. Before leaving, she turned her head and looked at him deeply. You must also be careful. I will wait for you at home. Chu Zanvu responded to her with a reassuring gaze. She stepped on the gas, not hesitating, and sped towards Du Man Villa. After Nghi Tu Duan left, Chu Zanvu called Tan Du to report his current location. A few minutes later, Tan Du drove to pick him up, but those people still didn't give up and forced them to run towards the mountain manor. Finally they stopped in front of Chu Trongqiu. That man seemed to have known he would arrive early, standing ready on the threshold, watching him approach step by step without showing any surprise. The incident that happened to Tu Duan in Tanlan, was it your doing? Chu Zanvu's eyes were dark, and he gritted his teeth, stepping closer to him. The aura emanating from that man forced him to take a step back, and the smile on the other's face was also a little strained. I'm still here, where would I get the time to bother her? Chu Zanvu sneered coldly. I underestimated you. In Hozhong for so many years, Chu Trongqiu certainly had not a few people under his command. So even with 3 years of house arrest, outside was still full of his eyes and ears. In truth, Chu Zanvu was not unaware, he just hadn't expected trouble to find him one day. If he were alone his entire life, he wouldn't mind confronting him in a life-or-death struggle, but now he had Nghi Tu Duan. He no longer had life to risk. Doing so many things like that just to force me to resolve a small company, aren't you afraid of losing capital? After experiencing what happened last night and even today, Chu Zanvu recognized the opponent was one move ahead of him. There was one thing Chu Trongqiu said correctly: once a person has a weakness, then all actions are bound. This is not only for the glory of our Chu family, but also to temper your character. For a woman to abandon everything, what great thing can be accomplished? You look at me, then look at your grandfather. We have never because of romantic feelings forgotten the big picture. That's why the Chu family could have today. I also don't object to you dating a female celebrity, but women are just like clothes, playing around is fine. Do you really want to exchange all the property of our family? Chu Zanvu pursed his lips, said coldly. Then in your eyes, my mother's life is also just a toy. Chu Trongqiu heard that and immediately feigned innocence, continuously shook his head. Your mother's death is not related to me, she suffered from depression and then committed suicide. You even believe a suicide note written so casually. How can the words of the dead be believed? For all these years I have still raised you very well, haven't I? In terms of spouting twisted logic and feigning madness, Chu Zanvu admitted he couldn't compare to him. Evidently, using Chu Yuyan truck to threaten him last time had no effect. Then in this world, what exactly can make Chu Trongqiu willing to bow his head and admit defeat? Not wanting to drag on any longer, Chu Zanvu asked directly the purpose that made him lead him here. What exactly do you want? Chu Trongqiu pretended to think seriously, rubbed his chin then burst out laughing. Last time your attitude when talking to me I didn't like very much. The previous task assigned to you was also not completed, this time it must be doubled. Nghi Tu Duan return. Di home and immediately installed the SIM card into the new phone, anxiously waited in the room. The phone had no activity, she also didn't find it appropriate to proactively contact Chu Zanvu, afraid of disturbing him and causing more trouble. Not until dusk, outside the house then sounded the sound of a car engine. She hurriedly ran down from upstairs, but when she saw the person who arrived, her footsteps immediately stopped. How come it's just you? Where is Chu Zanvu? The person who returned was only Tan Du. Not seeing Chu Zanvu's figure anywhere made her heart that had just settled down hang up again. Tan Du bowed politely to Nghi Tu Duan. Master went back to the company to work overtime. He told me to convey a message to you that tonight he might not return. You rest a bit early. Nghi Tu Duan suspiciously stepped back 2 steps. This reason was too forced, she truly could not believe it. Why doesn't he speak to me himself? He had clearly prepared the phone for her, and told her to wait for him at home. Now he hadn't returned and didn't even make one call. Facing her vigilant gaze, Tan Du sighed but still tried to complete his mission. Miss Nghi, the mister is currently very safe. Wait for him to finish his work and he will return. You shouldn't worry and should rest early. Looking at his attitude, it was clear he didn't intend to leave tonight. Nghi Tu Duan felt something unusual. Tan Du was Chu Zanvu's most capable assistant. If he was truly that busy, why didn't he go with him, but instead stay to watch over her? Her intuition told her that something was definitely being hidden in this matter. She probed, asking who were those people chasing the car this afternoon? Have you found out yet? Just a few anonymous troublemakers playing mischievous tricks, Miss Nghi, there's no need to be afraid. Such a thing won't happen again. Who would treat this matter as a joke? He didn't answer. Nghi Tu Duan had no other choice but to ask further. So when will Chu Zanvu return? You should rest early. Perhaps when you wake up, you'll see him. Seeing that she couldn't extract any more information, Nghi Tu Duan had no choice but to give up. After finishing feeding Red Bean, she turned her head back and saw Tan Du still standing in the same spot. She glanced at him. Don't you need to go back for overtime? Tan Du replied, before the mister returns, I will not leave. Nghi Tu Duan didn't ask anything more. She turned around and went upstairs to her room. But that whole night, she couldn't sleep a wink. She didn't know if Chu Zanvu was truly safe, and wasn't sure if she would be able to see him again tomorrow. Having experienced such a frightening day today, she was very afraid that she still wouldn't see him when she woke up tomorrow morning. She kept tossing and turning continuously until near dawn, finally unable to overcome the day's drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. In that dream, she heard Chu Zanvu's voice again. This time, he gently coaxed apologized to her, and then promised he wouldn't leave her anymore. But then, Chu Zanvu disappeared again. She searched for him like a madwoman, but no matter how she searched, she still couldn't find him. She didn't know how long she had searched, finally running to the edge of a cliff. At the same time, a voice echoed in the air, telling her that Chu Zanvu was below. She didn't hesitate at all and jumped down. She woke up with a start. When she opened her eyes, the day was already bright and clear. Her forehead was dotted with cold sweat, but she didn't even have time to think about the nightmare, already hastily leaving her bed to search for Zhou Can Wu. She called out for him all over the house, but no one answered. Even Tan Du was nowhere to be seen. Nghi Tu Duan panicked. Just as she was about to rush outside, Zhou Can Wu suddenly stepped in from outside the door. Seeing her flustered appearance, he frowned. "Why are you running outside dressed so lightly?" His voice serious, and as he spoke, he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulder. Before the words of reproach could be uttered, a pair of hands tightly wrapped around his neck. By his ear was a soft breath and her trembling voice. "Where did you go?" Knowing she was frightened because of worrying for him, in the man's heart rose up a feeling of guilt. He hugged her close, his chin resting on her shoulder, gently comforting. "Last night the company had a bit of work so I could not leave, making you have to worry." Nghi Tu Duan, feeling aggrieved, burrowed into his embrace sobbing. She was truly very afraid that because of yesterday's incident he had encountered danger. This morning, waking up and not seeing him, made the fear in her heart even more intense. Luckily he was still safe. "Last night you couldn't sleep?" Perhaps because of staying awake all night, his voice was hoarse, under his chin was a bluish stubble. Nghi Tu Duan rubbed her head against his chest, gently nodding. Recently she often had nightmares, always feeling uneasy in her heart. Zhou Can Wu said he would go up to sleep with her for a little while longer. Without waiting for her reply, he already lifted her up. She only wore a thin nightgown. Zhou Can Wu feared she would catch a cold, wrapped her up, then placed her inside the blanket. Nghi Tu Duan, as soon as she lay down on the pillow, already saw he intended to leave, hastily grabbed his hand anxiously asking, "Where are you going?" Zhou Can Wu faced her gaze, in his heart suddenly a sharp pain. He knew clearly recently her mood was not good, yet he still made her even more worried. At this moment she was sensitive like a small frightened rabbit in the deep forest. Just one sound was enough to make the fragile defense layer in her heart collapse. He bent down, lightly kissed her lips, soothingly said, "I'm just going to wash my face, not going anywhere." Last night Zhou Can Wu also did not sleep, returning early morning saw Nghi Tu Duan sleeping restlessly the ref. Or he stayed by her side guarding her sleep. By now, he went down to take Dao Du for a walk around. When he returned he saw Nghi Tu Duan in a panic, intending to run outside. He quickly changed into pajamas, finished washing his face, then returned to lie next to Nghi Tu Duan, gently embraced her, slowly patted her shoulder to coax her to sleep again. Chapter 74 My love, Tu Duan, may you have lasting peace for the rest of your life. After a long period of being away, Zhou Can Wu returned to Deepwater Bay. Before knowing Nghi Tu Duan he very rarely returned here, then since that reunion, almost every time he also followed her back, even if she might not have known. Again stepping through this door, his state of mind was already too different from before. Like a fallen moon, the house was covered in cold mist and piercing cold sorrow. The butler, seeing Zhou Can Wu's figure, was immediately surprised, immediately straightened his body. "Sir." The man did not reply. His tired footsteps as if lost his soul. He went straight upstairs. Suddenly from behind a person's voice rang out, "Sir, last month Miss Nghi had returned once, it is not clear if she left anything." Zhou Can Wu stopped in the middle of the stairs, for a long time still had no movement. The butler looked, following that lonely back, wanted to say something but stopped. The news Nghi Tu Duan missing once made waves in public opinion. So many people online all followed closely her situation. Those who once had contact with her even more added worried. Luckily the official announcement let know Nghi Tu Duan had been found, just was injured so was being treated and rested. But looking at Zhou Can Wu's appearance at this moment, everything seemed not positive as people thought. Not knowing what he thought of, he hurriedly rushed up to the second floor, entered the room, searched everywhere but found nothing. Finally he sat collapsed by the edge of the bed, despairingly buried his face into his palms. Tears seeped out from between his fingers, he sniffled, his gaze unconsciously stopped at the bedside table. Without carrying any intention, he reached out to open the first drawer. The first thing that hit his eyes was a transparent cool piece bracelet. His breath hitched, the cool crystal jade material touched his fingertips, as if fire burned his chest, stirring up each rapid heartbeat. This was the last item Nghi Tu Duan left for him. Zhou Can in this life had no special belief, just one little often followed his maternal grandmother to the temple, gradually becoming a habit. Every time he was sick his grandmother would burn incense, pray everywhere, hoping deities would bless so her grandson would avoid disaster. Not clear if it was due to psychology or not, but every time after praying to the Buddha, he also very quickly recovered from illness. At this moment in his heart there was a silent belief guiding the way, making Zhou Can Wu also want to try once. What if Bodhisattva would truly bless? Stepping up the blue stone steps leading to Thin Dai Mountain Peak, each step carried full reverence. In his heart he ceaselessly called Nghi Tu Duan's name, begged the heavens for mercy, not to let a good person suffer too much pain. The path was not long, but Zhou Can Wu took half an hour to enter the main hall. He followed the monk to perform the ritual of worshipping Buddha. Before each Buddha statue he prayed the same words. Afraid the deities would see he was not sincere, he even repeated 3 times. Having finished all, Zhou Can Wu asked the monk if there was any other way to pray. The monk clasped his hands, his gaze unconsciously swept past the peace bracelet before his chest, smiled. Behind the temple there is a wish tree. Most pilgrims all go there to write prayers hoping to be blessed by the Buddha. If seen by the heavens the wish will come true. Just folk oral tradition, but Zhou Can Wu still voluntarily tried once. He thanked the monk, turned around intending to leave, then was called back. Patron, does the peace bracelet on your chest have any origin? Zhou Can Wu was slightly stunned, lowered his head to look, then replied, it's a gift from a friend. Monk, do you have any comments? The monk attentively looked at his chest, smiled gently. This friend has a very deep Buddhist heart. This bracelet was once consecrated, can calm and ward off evil spirits. After listening, Zhou Can Wu's fingers trembled slightly, not knowing what he should feel. Thank you, monk. He again bowed his head in thanks, slowly walked towards the back of the temple. That small bracelet was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing on his chest making him breathless. He had no idea Nghi Tu Duan had gone to such lengths for him. That day he coldly said goodbye. She did not hold on nor did she resent, turned her back and left very decisively, yet still secretly made a peace charm for him. He knew she only went to Namen Pagoda to worship Buddha. The master said the charm had been consecrated. It must have been her herself who came to pray for blessings. Thinking back on his own actions at that time, Nghi Tu Duan did not blame him, instead sincerely prayed for peace for him. The man's heart was as if being cut by a knife, every step was as if walking on a blade. All he had brought upon himself. Zhou Can Wu stood under the tree. On the prayer ribbon it was written, pray to high heaven, wish her peace. I love Tu Duan, wish her the rest of her life lasting peace. Only one single wish. He was not greedy, ready to exchange everything for Nghi Tu Duan to be safe, healthy. The whole tree was full of good luck ribbons, all were for the dearest people. Zhou Can Wu tied the ribbon onto a branch, watched it flutter among countless other prayers, as if it had been answered by the Lord Buddha. When leaving, he lingered very long at the parking lot, recalling the moment he first met her again. At that time this place only had one car parked. He did not know it was Nghi Tu Duan's, not until he stepped into the main hall and saw her together with a young monk asking for fortune sticks and interpreting fortunes. That moment was as if frozen, his heart pounded wildly. He tried to keep calm and walked in. She happened to leave, the two of them brushed past each other. He did not even dare to breathe heavily. The heartbeat of first love is a symphony that moves people's hearts. Up until today, Zhou Can Wu still found it hard to believe that over the past half-year they had gone through so many things together. The medical team treating Nghi Tu Duan was personally sought out and arranged by Zhou Can Wu. To avoid being interfered with, he intentionally kept it a secret from Ta Ap Tri. Every day he received reports from the person in charge. Although Nghi Tu Duan had not yet woken up, her vital signs had clearly improved, each parameter was gradually stabilizing. He really wanted to visit her, but because Ta Ap Tri was always overly wary of him, it made it impossible for him to approach the ward even half a step. He stood all night on the rooftop, the cold wind blew, his mind was full of memories of the moments he once had with her. At that time they also stood on this rooftop. Nghi Tu Duan once asked him, "Want to try dating me?" Chu Zanvu replied that she was free to do as she pleased. That time he was really very angry, misunderstood that she had confessed her feelings to Min deep through the previous call, yet now she turned around to tease him. At that time he almost wanted to destroy the whole world, was unwilling when in her heart he was only ranked after some people. But actually if at that time Nghi Tu Duan had persevered a little more, it's not certain that he would have been able to maintain his sanity. This woman has that strange ability, very easily stirring up emotions within him. "Sir." A voice pulled him back to reality. Chu Zanvu still directed his gaze towards the row of tall and short houses ahead, not replying. His current state made Tan Du worried. Ever since breaking up with Miss Nghi, Chu Zanvu was as if soulless, burying himself in work, investigation, using busyness to numb the pain in his heart. Just finished resolving Chu Trongqiu's case, something happened to Nghi Tu Duan again. Now only a soulless body remained, as if his soul had also been taken away. Tan Du truly couldn't watch any longer if he continued like this, not yet waiting until Nghi Tu Duan woke up, Chu Zanvu would have already destroyed himself. "Sir, currently Miss Nghi's condition has improved, so you don't need to be so sorrowful. The company during the past period also suffered heavy losses and truly needs you to step up and lead, it cannot continue to decline like this." After speaking, Tan Du realized he completely didn't pay attention. Because Chu Zanvu no longer cared about the life and death of the company. After all, everything also arose from this surname Chu, it was a blade at his thr. Oat day by day, hour by hour. Using Chu Corporation to persuade him was truly a wrong move. Tan Du sighed, changing direction. The doctor said Miss Nghi is currently no longer in danger, waking up is only a matter of time. If she wakes up and sees you like this, she will definitely be very heartbroken. As expected, just by mentioning the name Nghi Tu Duan, Chu Zanvu was immediately moved. Thousands of words were not equal to one sentence with her name. Chu Zanvu fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Tan Du stood by, watching, only hoping he would soon come to his senses, not to continue sinking deeper. While contemplating, the phone in his pocket unexpectedly rang. It was a call from Ta Ap Tri. He hesitated, then answered. "Mr. Ta." A long silence stretched, until the other end finished speaking. Tan Du's expression suddenly changed, he blurted out a curse. "Mr. Ta, how can a person be so shameless?" On the other end of the line, a male voice carried a mocking tone. "Things in the business world, you surely understand. I also haven't done anything illegal, why do you call me shameless? Moreover, you all also clearly know the current situation of Chu Corporation. Mr. Chu's father, with just one action, had already shaken the entire stock market. Chu Corporation loses money every day, dissolving years of effort. Now even if you sell the company, it's not certain anyone would dare to buy it. I am clearly helping you all, you should be thanking me. Just now, the law are invited by Ta Ap Tri had read over the phone the content of the share transfer agreement, and simultaneously announced Chu Corporation officially changed ownership. As of now, Ta Ap Tri owns 49 of Chu Corporation's shares, surpassing Chu Zanvu's 41 of shares, becoming the largest shareholder. This news should have been announced in a shareholder meeting, but because Chu Zanvu had not yet returned to Hojiang, Ta Ap Tri had to choose this method to announce it. Tan Du Tuc Den Engen Hong, Quay Dao Nin Ve Phia Chu Zanvu, Nuoi Van Kong Doi Sak Mat, Doi Mat Ra Nguai Tan Fo. Kai Tan Du Bao Lai Vik Nai, On Kong Chi Nan Not Dap Beat Roy. Roy Kong Noi Them Gi Nua. Tu Du, Chu Zanvu Luan O Lai Hong Kong, chi ko o day, on wa ko the gon ko han mot chut. On kong kon ban tom den song vik, chim dam trong vuk sao tuet vong, tu jiam min trong beat Thursday nu the tu ket on to chungnan. Nguai ba bua com ra, on how nu chi ru ru trong fong, ratit jiao teep voi ai. Gay qua gay troi di, kuok song lap di lap lai, on luan theo doi sat sa tin hin suc ko qua Nghi Tu Duan. Vi sao, moi nuoi du beat chuyen jua hai nuoi ho. Min deep va chu yuyen truck tung muon den tam on, and hung du by chan nguai song. Nay tin chu ti doi chu yuyen truck kong cam long, din chuyen het ten ko fan con lai qua min sang cho chu zan vu and hung on kung kong nan, hon ton buong sui, chong con muon vung vei. On kong quan tom tsong tai thuok veai, kung kong quan tom no song. Hey chet. On chi kan Nghi Tu Duan thoi. Chi kan ko I. Kong dat duok, bon ho kung dan bat luk rut lui. Gay thang siu the troi qua, bo fim wa qua ho swang von du kien kai mai veo dao swan. En hung kai Nghi Tu Duan zay ra chuyen, theo lu thuang, dao dien se fi thay nu chin. The en hung ho swang tung cam ket vi nu chin chi ko the la Nghi Tu Duan. Chi kan ko kong dien, ti bo fim nai se by dap chiu vin vin. Chung nao Nghi Tu Duan chua tro lai, bo fim nai mai kong duok bam mai. Ca mang xa hoi du quan tom den tin hin qua ko. De tran gay hong mang du wan fong lam vik da ra thong bao, noi rang ko gap su ko by bat kok o nuok nguai, hien de ben and trove chi la dang duong ben, quiet din tam loi rut koi gioi jai tri. Vik ko quay lai hei kong se du ko tu quiet din. Chuang 75 on rat no m. Fan quiet zet su de duok twen, toa on twen fat chu trong kio on tu hin, ti han veo tit ton min. Sut hai thang qua chu zan vu luan and min vi ong tama lam vik, su ly zong tap don ta ti roi foi hop voi min deep, tant song de bep minao. On de lam qua nyu chuyen that duk, no qua nyu nuoi mot loi xin loi. Geo tu not min dui mai na nai kong roi nua byuk, ko lu kong la mot hin fat dan cho chin on. Tsong tai roi veo te ta ap tri on kong he tuc john he tik nui, engwak lai kon cam thay fan nao mei man va ne nam, nu the cuc than du ruk ma on luan nam chat koi kung ko nuoi nan lei, du de lai vet bong, and hung cam. Giak thued at I dang dan langdio. Kuok song koi kung tro lai yen ben, mua swan kung den roi. Chu trong kio by ti han on nu de din, chu yuyen truck tung den gap ong ta emotilan. Kai beat cha min la emotiku sat nan dien lon, ko de kok sut mege me dem. Nuoi cha thuo o tho tung om ko veo long, dio dong du dan geo de kong kon nua, they veo du la emotilin han xa la. Non catch qua lop kin, chu trong kio mak autu, tren guang mat kong he ko chut and nan hei hoi loi vi toi ac qua min, engwak lai kon mang vedacy, on mat tami ian chua emoticon ac qui tuk su. Kon han lon nai koi kung human. Spring arrived gently, awakening the young buds on the trees, but it could not awaken the person deeply immersed in a long sleep. The green from the roadside gradually spread to the ponds and lakes, and summer also quietly arrived. Freed from work and the dust of the mundane world, Chu Zan Vu felt an unprecedented lightness and exhilaration. Dao Du was brought to Hong Kong, and every day, with him, sat in the yard watching flowers, sunbathing. A diary, from pristine white pages to densely filled with words, only took half a year to fill up. April 4th, Thursday, beautiful sunny weather. Today is a significant day for Chu Trong Kio. Unfortunately Tu Duan is still sleeping, so she cannot personally witness the enemy being punished by law. But it's okay, I have seen it for you, it's just that there's a slight pity because that death was too gentle. My Li. To lazy pig, how much longer do you intend to sleep? I miss you very much. April 30th, Friday, light rain. April is nearly finished. Today a rare rain fell, but Dao Du is unhappy, because the newly bought toy hadn't yet been played with and the yard is already full of water. Today I rewatched The Case of Chu Yu. How could that little villain be so beautiful, making it impossible for people to hate him? My darling, watching a movie alone is truly very sad, do you know? I miss you very much. May 17th, Monday, light sunshine. Today Dao Du is not in the mood. It didn't answer no matter how I called, so I had no choice but to go to the yard to sunbathe alone. The garden newly planted with several kinds of flowers are blooming beautifully, no less than the garden in Hujiang. Sitting outside for 3 whole hours, when returning, I saw Hong Dao lying on the sofa with its ears drooped down, sighing as it looked at the photo on the tea table. Perhaps it is also thinking, when will Tu Duan return? My love, in your dream, do you dream of me? I miss you very much. June 1st, Friday, sunny. Today is the birthday of our big star. Happy 26th birthday to Miss Nghi Tu Duan. I bought a very beautiful birthday cake. Unfortunately you are not here, only I and Dao Du are left to eat for you. Unexpectedly, our darling was born exactly on International Children's Day. I bet when you were a child you were very happy because your birthday was on the happiest day of the year. It's surely wow. D makes so many other children envious. I truly very much want to know what you looked like when you were little. My dear girl, happy birthday. I miss you very much. July 31st, Wednesday, sunny. Yet another month passed. The doctor said today Tu Duan moved her finger, showing signs of soon waking up. He was very happy, so he broke the rule to give Dao Du an extra box of food. Tu Duan, I beg you, please wake up, all right? I am almost unable to bear it anymore. I miss you so much. September 15th, Tuesday, cloudy. This day last year was the day we met again. When I saw you at Namen Temple, my heart was as if screaming your name, but you did not hear it at all. You didn't know that when you walked past me, inside my heart was as if a wild deer screaming, making my ears also because of that as if ringing. Unexpectedly the reunion was so fast, you actually appeared at Min Deep's birthday party. What a coincidence, also witnessing the scene of you being proposed to by someone else. At that time I truly only wanted to jump down and kill that guy. But fortunately you refused, then I could be relieved. Time passed really quickly, and you have also slept for half a year. Is that still not enough, M? I truly, very much miss you. Underscore 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 underscore. The sound of the heart rate monitor still steadily rang out with each beep beep sound. The girl lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her face without a trace of vitality, but her features were extremely delicate, making people unable to help but secretly feel pity. A beautiful countenance like that just quietly lying here, wasn't it too much of a pity? The heart rate line on the screen gradually increased, the girl's breathing also began to quicken, as if she was encountering a nightmare. She tremblingly slightly moved her body. After that, slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her throat was dry and hoarse to the point of being unable to utter a sound. She tried to turn her eyes, recognizing her surroundings, her ears still hearing the sounds of machines. Her brain, because it had not been active for a long time, thus took a long while to react. She was in a hospital. Memories slowly returned, seemingly in America. She had been kidnapped, taken to an island. What then? She swallowed, vague images reappeared. It was Chu Zanvu who had come to save her. That's right, it was he who had saved her. He fired a gun, she ran away. After that another gunshot rang out. She didn't know who had been hit by the bullet, then she lost consciousness. Until now. She wanted to sit up, but her entire body no longer had a bit of strength. Just as she tried to turn her head, she saw the hospital room door was pushed open. Ta Ap Tri stepped in from outside. As soon as he saw her open her eyes looking at him, he was startled, dropping even the basin of water in his hand onto the ground. Who could have expected, upon just opening the door, to already see a vegetative person suddenly open her eyes and stare at him? Not caring about his clothes being wet, he immediately ran to the bedside, pressed the bell to call a nurse, his eyes full of astonishment and joy. He hurriedly barraged Nghi Tu Duan with questions. Are you awake? Can you hear anything I say? Do you still recognize me? Can you speak? A series of questions poured towards the patient. Nghi Tu Duan closed her eyes again, not looking at him anymore. Her brain had just restarted. Its reaction to everything was still very slow, completely unable to respond to so many questions at the same time. Seeing her close her eyes again, Tri immediately panicked. He rubbed his eyes, looked carefully at her again, doubting if he was dizzy-eyed or not. At this moment, the doctor also hurriedly walked in. He immediately turned his head and accused Doctor, just now I saw she was awake, but in just a blink of an eye she closed her eyes again. Am I having hallucinations, Doctor? The doctor pulled him aside. Just then, Nghi Tu Duan opened her eyes again. He leaned over, checked a little, then turned his head and replied, you are not hallucinating, she is just finding you bothersome. Try. The doctor asked Nghi Tu Duan a few simple questions. She tried to make sounds to answer. After confirming there was nothing abnormal, the doctor then arranged for her to undergo a full-body examination. Try informed Ta Huin. Knowing Nghi Tu Duan had woken up, the two, father and son, sat waiting together on the long bench in the corridor, restless and uneasy. When Nghi Tu Duan was pushed out of the examination room, the two people simultaneously sprang up. Doctor, how is Tu Duan's condition now? The doctor pushed her back to the hospital room, a rare smile revealing on his face. The patient's condition is quite good, consciousness is gradually recovering. It's just that for now she cannot yet move freely and needs someone to assist with rehabilitation exercises. Falling down from such a high staircase had damaged her brain nerves, leaving her in a coma for over half a year. The doctor said her being able to wake up this quickly was already a miracle, and she could even move by herself. The old father breathed a very long sigh of relief, tears welling up full in his eye rims, looking at the pale face on the hospital bed, heartbroken to the point of choking up. My precious, finally you are also awake. Daddy feared that in this whole life you would not wake up again. Daddy. Seeing her father like that, Nghi Tu Duan's heart also twisted. She stretched out her hand, wanting to wipe his tears for him, but had no strength, only able to raise it up in mid-air, trembling. Ta Huin grasped her hand, wiped his own tears, and gently said, good girl, Daddy is fine. Your waking up is good already. Indeed, the efforts of all this time were not wasted. Try, standing on the other side of the hospital bed, also couldn't help but have his eyes redden. Idiot, you slept for so long and only now are willing to wake up. I've done so many things for you, yet you still hate me bothering. Nghi Tu Duan slowly turned her head to look at him, smiled, her voice hoarse. Brother, thank you. Try burst out laughing through tears, reaching out to gently tap her nose. The family was finally reunited. After a few days of convalescing in the hospital, when her condition had stabilized, Nghi Tu Duan was taken home in a wheelchair. The news of Nghi Tu Duan waking up quickly reached Chu Zanvu's ears. He was overjoyed to the point of daze, even thinking he was dreaming. Throughout the past half year, he had locked himself in the manor, meeting no one, not caring about himself. If he had gone out he would surely have been mistaken for a homeless person. He yearned to see her, wanted to know how she was now, wanted to tell her many things. But with that ruined appearance at the time, he decided to immediately change his looks. Trimming his messy hair, shaving clean his beard, changing into a neat and ironed suit, he once again returned to his arrogant and cold demeanor of yesteryear. Hearing that the Ta family was about to welcome Nghi Tu Duan home, he drove his car to the gate early. The car was parked quite far away, but the view was very clear. He nervously sat waiting in the car, waiting for several hours before seeing the familiar car stop. Tri and Ta Huin got out of the car first, taking the wheelchair from the back. The two of them helped a person out from inside the car, placing her securely into the wheelchair. That face was still exactly like in his memory, pure, graceful. After half a year of not meeting, she had grown very thin, her small frame seemed unable to withstand the wind. Chu Zhanwu watched with a heavy heart, his eyes also red-rimmed. He tried to restrain himself, sniffed once, watching her being pushed inside by her family. Only less than half a minute, but he felt an unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. From that day on, every day Ta Huin would push Nghi Tu Duan out for walks to practice recovery. Chu Zhanwu would stand from afar watching them, watching her smile, watching her recover little by little. His heart also seemed to gradually be watered back to life. In the evening, he would stand a little closer, right in front of their house. Hearing the laughter inside, recognizing Nghi Tu Duan's voice as well, he then unconsciously smiled. The next morning when Nghi Tu Duan was pushed out by her father, seeing cigarette butts scattered on the ground, she was startled, turning her head to search, then saw the familiar car. Her father asked what she was looking at. She quickly smiled and shook her head. Nothing, just a bird flying by. Ta Huin smiled and said, "You were in a coma for half a year, having just woken up. You're like a newborn baby, curious about everything." Nghi Tu Duan just smiled, not saying anything more. From then on, every day she saw that car parked in the same spot. When night came, she pushed her wheelchair out Oh, the balcony, that car had already arrived in front of the door. That man stood beside the car smoking, looking up at her. Chapter 76 I Want You. The first month after being discharged from the hospital, every early morning Nghi Tu Duan, together with her father, Ta Huin, went out to practice recovery. Outside the house, there was always a car stopped. In the morning it was parked on the roadside about 50 meters away, by evening it had moved to right in front of the door. From upstairs, she had once seen the owner of that car, the person she had missed and longed for so many days. It was just that for an entire month, both had never spoken a word to each other, at most it was only a glance from afar. But just that seemed also enough to fill the void in her heart. The second month, Nghi Tu Duan was already able to walk by herself, even though her steps were still slow, sometimes lost balance, easily fell. The third month, she was already able to run and jump like a normal person. It was just that she couldn't stand long, the muscles in her legs were still weak, easily got tired and fell down. The fourth month, she decided to go meet him. When she woke up, the first question Nghi Tu Duan asked her father was not what had happened to her, how long she had been in a coma, but was where is Chu Zhanwu. Ta Tri's face clearly showed an expression of unhappiness. She knew he had understood, so she also did not ask further. Throughout the period of recovery, Althog every day she could see the face that she day and night longed for, but that feeling was again like a vague dream, just needed to reach out a hand and it would vanish. She did not want to keep looking from afar like that. Facing Chu Zhanwu, she yearned to embrace him, kiss him, even be intimately close. They were the people who had once held hands and stepped across the boundary of life and death. The first time after recovering, Nghi Tu Duan drove herself. The destination was the villa at Deepwater Bay. At that time, Chu Zhanwu had just returned to his resting room, while she quietly used her fingerprint to open the door and enter the house. Inside the house, not a single person's shadow. The tension in her heart gradually loosened, then suddenly a giant white figure rushed towards her, making her startled. She covered her mouth, seeing Dao Du happily running and jumping. It frolicked ceaselessly, but very sensibly did not rush forward to embrace her, only stuck out its tongue. Its pitch-black eyes sparkled with joy. Nghi Tu Duan patted her chest, breathing a sigh of relief, raised her hand to stroke its head, placed her index finger on her lips, gesturing for silence. Her gaze shifted up towards the stairs, stopped at the end of the hallway. She stealthily walked up, very adeptly found Chu Zanvu's room door, carefully turned the doorknob, tiptoed, pushed the door and stepped in, looking like a small thief. She looked around, could not see his figure anywhere. On th. bed there was no one, the bathroom also had no sound of water, was wondering not knowing where he went, then unexpectedly felt a pair of arms tightening around her waist, making her fall into a warm chest. The familiar sandalwood scent flooded her nasal cavity, the scent of the man she loved. Chu Zanvu buried his face into her shoulder, his breathing heavy, his hands squeezed tightly her waist as if embracing a treasure just rediscovered, afraid 1 second later it would again be lost. "My darling." The deep, magnetic voice echoed in her ear, "I miss you until I go crazy." Finally he also could with his own mouth say that to her. Nghi Tu Duan suddenly felt her eyes warm up, raised her hand to hug his waist, her voice choked. "How did you know I came?" He softly replied, "Surveillance camera." The house still retained her fingerprints, and in the middle of the night someone could enter. If not her, then who else could enter here? Indeed, it was a big surprise. Chu Zanvu raised her small face up, his eyes filled with heartache. Almost a year had passed, she had become too thin. It truly felt like dreaming, separated too long, to the point that when meeting again, it felt like it wasn't real. In his eyes was a whole expanse of gentle shimmering. He asked, "Do you miss me?" No matter how much time had passed, those eyes were still clear like the very beginning. She replied, "Yes, I miss you to death." As soon as the words finished, the man's lips slowly covered hers, gentle yet exploratory, like the prelude to an endlessly long reunion. Even if it was just a dream, he also wanted to prolong that dream a little longer. But intense love overwhelmed reason. The tip of his tongue touched the sweet taste. The man who once tried to keep calm now also could not resist the longing, like wild waves surging back. He clasped her waist tightly, gently lifted her and placed her onto the bed. After the long and burning intimate moments, Chu Zanvu feared something bad would happen. He tried to restrain himself and leave her. But just as he lifted his head, a pair of hands had pulled him back, drawing him in with a passionate kiss. In the deep silent night, sounds of water and breaths blended. Her hand reached for the row of buttons on his shirt, unbuttoning one, then two, three. Chu Zanvu suddenly held her hand tightly, stopping the hard-to-stop wave of passion. Her eyes shimmering with tears, she gently looked at the peace charm falling from his chest. She caught it, and smiled. She lifted her head, her voice carrying a soft seductive charm. "Chu Zanvu, I want you." These words, since leaving the beach bar in LA, she had wanted to say to him, that she wanted to be with him. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on them. They had almost been separated by life and death. Such a raw and intense confession, no matter who it was, it would be hard to resist. It's just that Chu Zanvu was more rational than others, and Nghi Tu Duan had just recovered from her illness. Not yet fully recovered, at this moment he dared not take the risk. Be good, not now. Chu Zanvu braced his hands on the bed, not letting himself press down on her. His hoarse voice rang out. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips, saying indignantly, "Now it's fine." Chu Zanvu, "No." "Yes." "No." Nghi Tu Duan, DMNU, the hand placed on his shoulder slowly slid downwards, "But you are pressing close to me." Chu Zanvu. Feeling that small palm gently touch, the man's lower abdomen suddenly tightened. Even if today she was completely naked lying right here, it still wouldn't be allowed. He had said no means no. Nghi Tu Duan truly couldn't outstubborn him, so she reluctantly compromised. "So when will it be allowed?" Her eyes shone with anticipation. Chu Zanvu was both amused and helpless. He leaned down and gently pecked her moist lips. "Wait until you are fully recovered, I won't let you down." Nghi Tu Duan. The man pulled her up from the bed. Seeing her face still filled with regret and reluctance, he couldn't help but burst out laughing aloud. "Do you want it so badly?" Her actively offering herself up like this, it was truly the first time he had encountered. Nghi Tu Duan nodded, snuggled into his arms, her voice soft. "Chu Zanvu, I love you, I love you very, very much. Before, she only thought she loved him, so when she got angry, she could still be cold, uncaring, and not make contact. But ever since she learned about the things he had quietly done behind the scenes, knowing how deeply he loved her, she suddenly felt regret for her stubbornness. I feel like I'm truly a bad person, the worst person in the world. How could I let you bear so much alone? It must have been very difficult, right? Before she could finish her sentence, tears were already streaming down. The man's large hand gently stroked her cheek, feeling the warm wetness, then lifting her face. Only then did he realize she was crying. He bent down to kiss her, the salty taste of tears spread across the tip of his tongue. I don't find it difficult, and you are not a bad person. She sobbed, burying herself tightly into Zhou Can Wu's embrace, crying soundlessly. He hugged her tightly, consoling her for a long time. It wasn't until midnight that Nghi Tu Duan finally fell asleep in his arms due to exhaustion. She woke to find it was already the next morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the man lying beside her, propping his head, not taking his eyes off her for a second. Nghi Tu Duan lazily snuggled deeper into his embrace, still like before. Only when she clung close to him did she feel at ease. Good morning. Zhou Can Wu lowered his head and kissed her. Good morning. He hadn't slept all night, only afraid that if he woke up, the person beside his pillow would have disappeared, so he just kept looking at her, not leaving her side for half a step. She wrapped her arms around his neck, endearingly rubbed her face into his Adam's apple. My love, I miss you so much. You didn't go home last night. GHT, are you okay? Zhou Can Wu rested his head, a lazy smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. One sentence made the girl in his arms halt, slowly lift her head, her face frozen. Immediately after that, the phone placed by the bedside rang. The caller was indeed Ta Huin. Actually, Ta Huin already knew Nghi Tu Duan left home last night. He sat waiting for her in the living room, wanting to see when she would return. But after waiting all night, until the time he usually went out for work, he still didn't see any sign of her. So he made a call, telling her to bring Zhou Can Wu home together. Both of them were slightly surprised, not understanding what Ta Huin's intention was. But no matter what they were about to face, she no longer intended to avoid it. She wanted to face the light with her lover. Stepping through the door, the solemn atmosphere was just as expected. Ta Huin and Ta Ap sat facing each other on two single chairs. Nghi Tu Duan pulled Zhou Can Wu's hand, standing in the middle of the living room. Daddy, older brother. Ta Ap was the first to lift his head and look over. You're quite something, running off to meet your ex-lover right after recovering from illness. Didn't the two of you break up already? Why are your hands still holding so tightly? Having said that, his gaze was as if nailed onto their two hands, tightly intertwined. Nghi Tu Duan didn't pay attention to him, only silently looked at Ta Huin, waiting for him to speak. The two of you. Sit down. Both of them circled past the tea table, sat down on the central sofa. All eyes in the room converged towards Ta Huin. The father before their eyes had clearly aged visibly, but his eyes were still as sharp and stern as before. Zhou Can Wu, this is the first time I've called your name directly. Before, I never thought our Ta family would have any connection with the Chu family. Perhaps it's fate. Your father once had a good relationship with Tu Duan's parents, perhaps destiny arranged for us to experience all of this. Actually, before, when you secretly came to visit Tu Duan, I knew it all. What you've done for her, I also know. From opposing to accepting, I also don't know what else to say. Tu Duan has just escaped physical pain. I don't want to let her suffer more emotionally. Calling you back here today is to tell you that Tu Duan is my only treasure. Even though she is not my flesh and blood, if you make her suffer even a little, I will not forgive you. Those words were also the acceptance. Zhou Can Wu had never expressed such clear emotions. Uncle, please rest assured, I love Tu Duan just like you. I will not let her get hurt. Humph. A contemptuous sound suddenly rang out from Ta Ap's side. Nghi Tu Duan was just about to get angry when she was held back by Zhou Can Wu. Immediately after that, Tri, with a flippant expression, pulled out a stack of documents from behind his back and threw them onto the table in front of Zhou Can Wu. That rundu WN company of your family, now that it's fine, take it back, I'm not free to manage it anymore. The transfer documents lay conspicuously on the tabletop. Nghi Tu Duan was stunned, not knowing when the two of them had made this transaction. Back then, when Tri secretly seized the Chu Corporation, Zhou Can Wu did not resist at all. Now seeing him return it, he wasn't surprised either, as if he had foreseen everything. Perhaps, Zhou Can Wu's indifference with Chu Group at that time was not truly letting it be, it was just that at that time he was too heartbroken, so he did not want to touch any matter. If at that time he wanted, he completely could reclaim the company at any time. But after that he discovered, under the hand of Tri, Chu Group not only did not decline but also developed more strongly. And the most surprising thing was that with such a level of hatred for himself, Tri surprisingly did not change the company's name. Zhou Can Wu finished viewing the 3-month financial report of the group, faintly curled his lips in a smile. Perhaps handing the company back to him also was not a bad thing. Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale.